by the House on 11th August 2021. Consequently, a letter forwarding the said report to the Principal Secretary, Minister of Interior, and copied to the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry was dispatched on 6th October 2021. However, since then, and despite the several inquiries made on the matter, no action has been taken to commence the process of issuing the Pemba community a citizen as approved by the House. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that the said report recognized the Pemba community as Kenyans, just like any other community. The Pemba people are indigenous of Kenya and not like those other communities who came to Kenya from other countries who have since been granted citizenship. These are Kenyans who, through a historic oversight, were left out of the list of Kenyan communities at independence and therefore have remained stateless and lived a dignified life in their own country. Honorable Speaker, cognizant of the Huduma Bill 2021, currently before the August House, is being processed to take effect as soon as possible. The Pemba community is definitely going to be left out of the Huduma number registration. Yet, if the bill is enacted, the Huduma number will be the central master population number for all service provided by the government. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is on this basis that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Committee of Implementation on the implementation status and recommendation of the reports on a public petition regarding recognition of the Pemba community of Kenya as citizen of the Republic of Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, it's directed to who? Is the Committee on Lands?
Registration of persons. Security.
Where is the
Implementation Committee?
Oh, the implementation. That's Honorable Kenta, Ole Kenta. Honorable Ole Kenta, as you can see, is present in absence. Well, I think the member is asking for the implementation status.
Yes.
Then maybe the Honorable Kenta can respond when the time comes. Let the request be channeled through the Office of the Leader Majority to see whether he can respond. There is another request by the specially nominated elected member, Sassoon.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C. I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research, regarding the dismissal of a disabled teacher, the late Alexander Korir Cheruiyot, TSC 388095, by the Teacher Service Commission as he was undergoing medical treatment. Honorable Speaker, it's of great concern that on October 7th, 2021, the Teacher Service Commission Disciplinary Committee and procedurally and without due diligence dismissed Mr. Alexander Cheruiyot from employment for the alleged charges leveled against him that he had decided duty with effect from July 26, 2021, while he was serving at Kobolwa Secondary School in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, all along, Mr. Cheruiyot's right forelimb was amputated due to injuries sustained in a road accident while on official duty on June 10, 2004, specifically on a benchmarking visit. The misfortune that reduced Cheruiyot to a physically challenged person, which further led to post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, until he succumbed to the complications at Chelimo Nursing Home on February 1st, 2022. Honorable Speaker, the PTSD condition could not allow Cheruiyot to request for sick leave since most of the time he was deeply traumatized and stressed. Frequent admission to hospitals resulted in a state of traumatic stress and depression that resulted to rehabilitation referrals and completely detached from reality. Honorable Speaker, it is on this background, on the circumstances that led to his dismissal and the health condition after the accident of Mr. Alexander Kipkuru Cheruiyot, that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. 1. Could the Commission explain why Mr. Alexander Cheruiyot, who was suffering from mental imbalance, was summoned for the hearing of a disciplinary case by the Teacher Service Commission? 2. Could the Commission explain why Mr. Alexander Kipkorir Cheruiyot was punished through dismissals, considering that he was out of duty station because of the injuries and PSTD arising from the accident he had while on official duty on June 10, 2004? 3. Could the Chairperson explain why the Commission ignored apologies tendered by Mr. Cheruiyot and the request to review his case? 4. Could the Commission consider reinstating Mr. Alexander Kipkorir Cheruiyot posthumously so that his next of kin could pursue his full benefits accrued since he was employed by the Teacher Service Commission as stated in Section 176 of the Code of Regulations for Teachers? And then 5, why didn't Teacher Service Commission retire Mr. Alexander Kipkorir Cheruiyot on medical grounds as stated in Section 162(1)(a) of the Code of Regulations for Teachers if they found that he could no longer deliver the classroom teaching as expected? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Committee on Education. Well, question will be channeled through the Office of the Leader Majority. While still at that, because we are the same segment, I will allow the Honorable Ole Kenta to respond to the request for statement by the Honorable Mwashetani, because it was about implementation status. Honorable Ole Kenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue that has been raised by Honorable Mwashetani was actually raised by Honorable Baya the other day, actually through my committee. I would like to assure the member who has just asked about this question that the committee, through the clerk, actually wrote to the Principal Secretary, Interior and Coordination of National Government about the issue on the 23rd of January this year. That was exactly 60 days after the resolution of the House. Honorable Speaker, this is a very, it's a matter that should be addressed as fast as possible, because I've seen so many communities that have lived in Kenya for over 100 years trying to gain citizenship. In fact, the other day I saw members of the Nubian community in Kisii crying about the suffering they're going through because of the fact that they've been denied citizenship. And I think it's something that should be pursued relentlessly till this will actually given the citizenship, because they have no other place that they can call home. So we have already taken the necessary steps, and I can assure the member that it will be done, because actually the government is also keen on doing things, and they've done it in the past in regard to other communities. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwashetani.
Remove my card. I think, Honorable Speaker, I think it's quite in order, as we know that the Pembas have waited for long, and I believe with the report that he has given us, just pursue it with the ministry. I think it's going to be effected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There was, I did approve another request, I don't know by which member. There's another member who had written a request for a statement, which I approved. And the member himself is not there. The Leader Majority, the statement on behalf of our Business Committee.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, 2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 15th of February 2022, to prioritize the business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, the process of reorganizing various committees of the House has been ongoing, and in this regard, a number of elections have been conducted for the positions of chairpersons and vice chairpersons in committees that had been affected by the changes. For the purposes of record, I wish to relate to the House that the following persons were successfully elected as chairpersons and vice chairpersons of the committees indicated. The Honorable Abdikaim Osman Mohammed MP in the Committee of Agriculture and Livestock as vice chairperson. The Honorable Jane Wanjiku Njiro MP in Communications, Information and Innovation as chairperson. The Honorable Mark Nyamita Ogola in Communications, Information and Innovation as the vice chairperson. The Honorable Richard Tongi MP, Defense and Foreign Relations Committee as chairperson. The Honorable Elijah Memusi Kanchori in the Defense and Foreign Relations as vice chairperson. The Honorable Jeremiah Ngayo Kioni in the Committee of Energy as chairperson. The Honorable Mishi Mboko MP as vice chairperson of the Committee on Lands. The Honorable Sophia Abdi Nur MP in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee as chairperson. The Honorable Engineer Paul Musimi Nzengu MP, the Environment and Natural Resources Committee as vice chairperson. The Honorable Captain Rueda Mohammed MP as chairperson of Regional Integration. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to note the Departmental Committee on now that's already done. The Select Committees on Regional Integration, as well as the members' facilities, are conducting the elections of their vice chairpersons this afternoon and tomorrow morning, and I will communicate that information to the House when the process is concluded and once I get an update. Honorable Speaker, for the sitting of Tuesday, 22nd of February 2022, the House Business Committee has scheduled the following motions for consideration, which is the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on Budget Policy Statement for the financial year 2022-2023, and two, the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, the following bills have also been scheduled for consideration as second reading, being the Children's Bill, the Huduma Bill, Coffee Bill, which is Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, the Universities Amendment Bill 2021 continuation, and the Advocates Amendment Bill of 2021. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A5 and 6, I also wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Health is scheduled to appear before the Department Committee on Health on Thursday, the 24th of February 2022, to respond to the following three questions. One is question number 1 of 2022 by the Honorable Bernard Okoth, MP, regarding the status report on key medical equipment for treatment of cancer and kidney ailments available at the Kenyatta National Hospital, in particular radiotherapy and dialysis equipment. Question number 36 of 2022 by the Honorable Faith Getao MP, regarding the nature and recent contractual disagreements between the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals and the National Health Insurance Fund, which were reported to affect services at both private and public hospitals. And lastly, question number 038 of 2022 by the Honorable Safia Sheikh, MP, regarding implementation status of the universal health coverage in Marsabit County. The House Business Committee will convene on Tuesday, the 22nd of February, 2022, to schedule the business for the rest of the week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay the statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
we'll temporarily go back to order number 5 to allow the member for Moiben, is it? The Honorable Silas Tiren to lay them some reports, but caution him that if you have business, you must be in the house at 2:30. The way I saw you walking out there, you appear like you're in the village. You are not coming to Bunge. Honorable Tiren.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apologies. I'm very sorry for that. It will not happen again. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, February 17, 2022. Report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2021. Question to be put and third reading.
Members, the stage at which this bill is where the question was to be put for agreement of the House with the report of the Committee of the Whole. I therefore put the question, which is that the House to agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2021. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Move on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, being National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2021, be now read a third time. And Honorable Speaker, I do hope that this completes now our bid as a National Assembly, and we can now take it to the Senate so they can complete the process that led it to it being resubmitted here. I beg to move and request the Honorable Wangwe to second.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do second.
Honorable members, I propose the question. Member for Nyandarua, is it? Member for Nyandarua, this is not a marketplace. I propose the question, which is that the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2021, be now read a third time. Now, members, I now put the question, which is that the Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 55 of 2021, be now read a third time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Sacco Societies Act 2008.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020.
I wanted her to take her seat. Honourable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, yesterday, 16th of February 2022, during the afternoon sitting, when the order for second reading was read, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, the Honorable Sophia Abdi, MP, moved the motion that the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020, be read a second time. Honourable members, in moving the motion, the chairperson expressed reservations on the bill. In particular, the chairperson claimed that the proposed bill contains provisions that have money bill implications and that the bill ought not to have originated from the Senate. She further indicated that following the public participation exercise undertaken, the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife submitted to the committee that a more comprehensive draft bill from the Ministry to the Wildlife Conservation and Management Bill was in draft. She indicated that the publication of the bill was at an advanced stage, and it was her considered view that the proposed bill is a proposed piecemeal review of the Act. The committee agreed with the Cabinet Secretary. The chairperson also indicated that she was moving the motion, albeit reluctantly, since it is our obligation to move the motion. At the end, she asked the member for Laikipia North, the Honorable Sarah Korere, MP, to second the motion for second reading for the bill. On her part, the member declined to second the motion. Consequently, the Speaker was not able to propose the question by dint of Standing Order 57, which reads as follows. The question on any motion shall not be proposed unless it shall have been seconded, and any motion that is not seconded shall be deemed to have been withdrawn and shall not be moved again in the same session. Honourable members, since this is a bill originating from the Senate, I wish to invoke the provision of Standing Order number 1 and pause for a moment to find out whether there is any other member in the House desirous of seconding the motion for second reading of the bill. Honourable members, there is nobody desirous of seconding the bill. Honourable members, there being no other member desirous of seconding the bill, then this is the direction. That in the absence of such a member to second the motion, then the provision of Standing Order 57, subsection 1, as stated above, shall apply, the effect of which is that the bill shall not proceed to second reading, but will instead be referred to a mediation committee. Honourable members, may I therefore request that the leader of the majority party do consult with the leader of the minority party and propose 5 members to sit in the mediation committee so as to enable me communicate the decision of the House to the Senate in line with the provisions of Articles 112 and 113 of the Constitution. In the meantime, honourable members, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2020, stands defeated, and the provisions of Articles 112 and 113 of the Constitution apply, and the House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Honourable members, before we read out the next order, which is Committee of the Whole House, I wish to guide the House that the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, which was dealing with, which was moving some proposals in this bill, is in agreement with the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Information, which just concluded the public participation on this copyright bill, the Copyright Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2021, to complete their report and table that report on Tuesday, 22nd. Therefore, the request from the chairperson of the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation is that the bill be stood down today. I have acceded to that request, and therefore, when the House moves to committee, it will only deal with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, and thereafter proceed as indicated on the order paper. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. Now we are in the Committee of the Whole on Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2021. And we will be moving pretty fast, so honorable members, please, we ask you to take keen interest. Yeah.
Clause 3.
I propose a question which is at Clause 3 be part of the bill. We have an amendment proposal by the Chairperson, Finance and National Planning. Honorable Wanga, please don't be... Proceed, Honorable Wanga. You have the mic. I don't know if you...
yes.
You have any
yes,
issue there with the microphone? I think it's working.
Honorable,
you are proposing this deletion.
yes, Honorable Chair. The committee is proposing that Clause 3 be amended as per the order paper or be deleted. And this is because the role of developing, promoting capacity development of procurement professionals should vest in the authority and not with National Treasury. In addition, the function of managing the state portal on procurement and asset disposal should be done by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and not the National Treasury. Thank you, Chair. I beg to move.
So then I propose a question which is that Clause 3 be amended or rather deleted as proposed by the Chair, Finance. I put the question which is that Clause 3 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? When as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose a question which is that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Again, Chair, Finance, same motion.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 be deleted as proposed in the order paper. This amendment, Honorable Chair, is consequential as a result of deletion of Clause 3. The amendment is intended to retain the function of developing and managing the state portal on procurement and asset disposal with the PPRA. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so I propose a question which is that clause 4 be deleted as proposed. Be amended, sorry, as proposed by the Chair, Finance. I put the question which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the question which is that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I propose a question which is that clauses 5 through to 14 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is that clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? When as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose a question which is that clause 15 be part of the bill. The Honorable Nduati.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm proposing to amend clause 15 as in the order paper. And my suggestion is that for infrastructure projects, the head of procurement function in liaison with the head of the technical service shall prepare a market survey at the beginning of every year of cost of goods and services, and thereafter prepare a cost handbook to be revised every 6 months. This one, Honorable Chair, will enable, if you have many team members in a technical department, they can be able to use that booklet to come up with the cost estimates, which are standard. Otherwise, if you just leave it open, there will be nothing which will be used to compare. And it has happened before in the ministry. There's something which used to be called current construction cost handbook, which is very appropriate. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Then so I propose a question which is that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Joseph Nduati. Now, I will give the first shot to the Chair of Finance if she wants to comment on this. Seeing that she may not be interested, let's have the Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Chair. And coming from Honorable Nduati, it is automatic that he is an experienced fellow in that field. So, Honorable Speaker, we do support.
That is not a very good ground of support, but you have supported anyway. So then I'll proceed. Because the Honorable Sankok, I would have expected you to give us what you actually think is worth supporting.
You know, having
not the person supporting.
Having a notebook that prescribe the current courses. I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, I've read his proposed amendment, and I really support 100% because I've understood.
All right. That is okay, Honorable Sankok. So then I put the question which is at clause 15, be amended as proposed by the Honorable Joseph Nduati. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question which is at clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, and 18.
I propose the question which is at clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is at clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose a question which is at clause 19 be part of the bill. Chair of Finance. And please, Honorable Chair of Finance, do not allow any member to come very close to you for purposes of, there are two issues that will arise. One, the social distancing rule and will be violated. And secondly, I'm sure they will interfere with your concentration. So even those who support you in other lives that you have, should keep some distance for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm well guided. So as soon as we are through with consultations, the member will retreat. But nonetheless, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 19 be amended as per the order paper by deleting paragraph B and C. Honorable Chair, this is meant to retain the evaluation period as provided in the Principal Act, which is within a period of a maximum of 30 days. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so then I propose the question which is at clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gladys Wanga. And I put the question which is at clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question which is at clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, 22, and 23.
I propose a question which is at clauses 20, 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is at clauses 22, 23, 20, 21, 22, and 23 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose a question which is at clause 24 be part of the bill. Now you see, the Honorable Wanga, I warned you, and you can see your neighbor, both sides, are giving you trouble. So please, let them not consult you for now, until after about another 30 minutes we should be through.
It was actually my sister, Ses, but she has now gone. Yes, Governor of Embu.
Well, what did you say again on record, the Honorable Wanga? Is there any stranger in the house?
No, incoming, I mean.
Oh, okay. Okay, proceed.
Yeah, incoming governor for Embu.
Okay, proceed. We really have no issue with anything else other than what we are doing now.
Chair, Honorable Machungwa is a bit loud today. Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
What is your point of order, the Honorable Ishungwa?
The Honorable Chair, the Honorable Nyasuna Wanga has referred to somebody as the Honorable Machungwa, and I was the only loud member in the House. And Honorable Chair, you know I have no relationship at all with anything close to a machungwa, which is an orange. And I know she's a fervent follower of the Orange Party, but I have no relationship with oranges. If anything, I can only put oranges on wheelbarrows as I wheel them away to the market to make sure that there is money in people's pockets in our markets, Honorable Chair.
I think.
So I don't know. I hope.
Honorable
I just needed her to clarify that she was not in any way referring to me as Honorable Machungwa.
Honorable Ishungwa.
My name is Kimani Ishongwa. Now here, Chairman, you're also referring me to me as Ichungwa. It is Ishongwa, Ichungwa, Ngwa, with an apostrophe.
Order, Alumni of Alliance. Maybe I should just inform you that the Speaker has a right to pronounce your name anyway and in any manner. See, so I really don't have to go by your apostrophes and the commas in between. I can now, but again, and most importantly, I did not hear any member who was loud, because in this House the members are never loud. They consult with a little higher decibels. So for you to ascribe yourself the name Chungwa, I think is no, but I didn't hear that. And actually, I don't think you need to deal with that, the Honorable Wang. Just go straight to this thing. But I notice, of course, that there is one member for Kikuyu who is really taking keen interest on where you are sitting and whom you are sitting with and whom you are consulting. But I don't think that is very important for now. Proceed, the Honorable Gladys Wanga.
Well guided, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I don't want to go that direction. Let me just go to the amendment that I beg that clause 24. I move that clause 24 be amended or be deleted as per the order paper. The justification here, Honorable Chair, is the amendment is intended to retain the pre-qualification period as provided in the Principal Act of at least 14 days for candidates to prepare and submit applications to be pre-qualified. 7 days, the committee felt, is insufficient. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so I propose a question which is at clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Honorable Chungwa, you have something, Honorable Ishungwa, you have something to say to this? No, I don't think you have. So let's proceed. I put the question, which is that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wanga. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is at clause 24, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many, this is a deletion. So being a deletion, really, we don't have to include the deletion. It's already deleted anyway. So we proceed to the next.
Clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31.
I propose a question which is that clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is that clauses 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose a question which is that clause 32 be part of the bill. Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 32 be deleted. Honorable Chair, the justification is we want to retain the timelines as they are in the Principal Act. The deduction of timelines within which evaluation shall be carried out from 21 to 7 days will affect the procurement process, as 7 days is too short to carry out any proper evaluation.
Okay.
I beg to move.
So then I propose a question which is at clause 32 be deleted. Yes, Honorable Sankok. And you don't have to put your hand up. Once your name is here, it's okay. Proceed, Honorable Sankok.
Mike, thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I do support, and especially when you reduce to 7 days, and persons with disabilities have what we call ACPO, access to government procurement opportunities. And most of them are in rural areas, and there is a vicious circle of poverty within persons with disability. They will not be able to access. I think 21 days as proposed by Honorable Glandes, Wanga, Nyasukuta. Is it Nyasukuta or Nyasuna? It is actually in line, and I do support, so that persons with disability can access the information. Thank you.
I see this afternoon you are very fond of the Honorable Wanga. Everybody is ascribing one name or another, or telling us what he did over the weekend and so forth. Let's proceed with this as is in the order paper. So therefore I put the question which is at clause 32 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose a question which is at clause 33 be part of the bill. Honorable Wanga.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 33 be deleted, and this is also to retain the timelines as are in the Principal Act. The amendment relates to the timeline within which a written contract shall be entered into. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Right, so then I propose the question which is at clause 33 be deleted. And I put the question which is at clause 33 be deleted. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question which is at clause 34 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is at clause 34 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Order, members, make your decision. You have not made any decision at all. So I repeat it for you to make decision. Nobody has supported or opposed to this particular. So I put the question, which is at clause 34, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
Propose the question, which is at clause 35, be part of the bill. And Honorable Wanga, you have an amendment to this one, which is a deletion and substitution. And the Honorable Nduati also has one. Just to be clear that if Honorable Wanga's is taken, then yours, the Honorable Nduati's, falls. That we will get there. Let's have the Honorable Wanga first.
Hello? Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper.
Well, proceed fast. I am, in the meantime, the Honorable Nduati, we are consulting because both of you are proposing a deletion. Both of you are proposing, as far as I'm concerned, both of you, from the records I have, you are proposing a deletion, and each one of you is proposing an alternative. Let's go slowly, the Honorable Nduati. So,
Honorable Chair,
looking at it, we probably might want to see what will happen to the chair's amendment. Once that happens, we'll be able now to come back to you and see whether it has any space. Okay. What is it, the Honorable Ishungwa?
Chair, indeed, I was worried by what you pronounce yourself, that if the chair's, Honorable Wanga's, passes, the Honorable Nduati's falls. But I see the Honorable Nduati is touching subsection 2 and Honorable Wanga subsection 4. So we need clarity, Honorable Chair, and maybe just 2 minutes consult with Wanga.
But now look.
So that we may know how to act on Wanga's.
If a deletion is done, then what bit would we have for the Honorable Nduati to deal with? So, but in the meantime, let's get clearly what Honorable Wanga is doing, so that then we can be able to see whether there is any other subsection. Because if
not deleting the entire clause.
If, for example, you are deleting clause B over a particular part. Now, if that is gone, then there will be nothing for Nduati to do at that point, even if he has a good amendment. But let's see first. Let's see first. Once we go through the one by Honorable Wanga and it is taken, then we come back and see what the Honorable Nduati's chances are to proceed and progress to make it.
Chair, with all due respect, if you read what she is doing, it does not affect what Honorable Nduati is doing. So it was your pronouncement from the chair that was very cautious about.
Take your seat, the Honorable Ishungwa, and keep your peace. Let's have the Honorable Gladys Wanga process her amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper, and that is by deleting clause 35 and substituting thereof with the following new clause 35, which is a section 139 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 4 by deleting the words any variation of a contract shall be considered 12 months from the date of signing of the contract. Shall only be considered 12 months from the date of signing of the contract, and substituting thereof with the words a variation of a contract shall be considered at any time in the case of a quantity variation, or shall only be considered after 12 months from the date of signing of the contract in the case of price variation. Honorable Chair, you can see what we are doing there is saying, in case you want to vary quantities, you can vary at any time. But in case you want to vary price, it has to be 1 year after signing of the contract. That's what we are executing there, Honorable Chair. I beg to move.
So then let me propose the question, which is that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wanga. And let's, you will be allowing us time to be consulting on this particular one, because we really want to see what would happen when that goes through. So let's have the Leader Majority Party. You want to speak, the Honorable Leader Majority Party? The Honorable Nduati? Honorable Nduati?
I want to consult. I also want to speak.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to oppose what Honorable Anga has proposed, because you know the prices can also vary within 1 year, like what happened during COVID time. That one would be punishing the tenderer, because if you tie a contractor to prices for 1 year, what would happen if those prices change within 3 months? That one is the work of the procurement authority to check whether there are any variations to the rates. Otherwise, it's very punitive, and the contractor can suffer a lot.
Now, Honorable Anga, please. Honorable Anga, I would be very happy if you really concentrated on this, because this is actually very critical, because you can see the Honorable Nduati is opposing your amendment for the reasons which he has cited. So let's be careful, you be keen, so that one way or the other, of course, you'll make the decision. I will give the Honorable Ishungwa, then I come back to the Chair Finance. Okay. What is it, the Honorable Chair Finance?
Chair, on consultation with the mover of the bill, and also listening to what Honorable Nduati is saying, I have opted to drop that amendment.
Even if that is dropped then, because looking at it, what Nduati is proposing is a new clause, isn't it? It's a new item. So then it should come under new clauses, not because let's look at it properly. I can see you are consulting. Yes, so let's have Honorable Nduati. Now, that one of the Honorable Wanga is dropped.
Yeah.
So we are not dealing with that. We are now with Nduati.
Does it mean?
Yes.
I've already deleted clause 35 and started new clause 35.
Yes.
Is it okay?
If that is okay.
And Honorable Chair,
If that's the case, that is okay.
I'm proposing. I'm proposing.
Yes.
And Honorable Chair, this clause went in by a mistake.
Which one?
This clause 35 is against the practice in the industry. And Honorable Chair, what the clause says is that I move the amendment.
You can even
I move the amendment as it is in the order paper.
Proceed now.
Now, Honorable Chair, this clause went in by a mistake and is against international practice anywhere in the world. Because, Honorable Chair, what the Principal Act said is that the tenderer has authority, to give consent to the use of contingency. And Honorable Chair is like going to the shop, and the shopkeeper has the authority to tell you what to spend. And again, Honorable Chair, if you look at prime costs are sums which are used to do specialized works, like electrical works, plumbing works, and the main contractor is given authority over the procuring authority to authorize usage of the prime cost sum. Again, Honorable Chair, use of provisional sums, amounts which are set aside to do works which cannot be measured accurately in the bill of quantities, is the tenderer which is given authority. But in the practice, Honorable Chair, is the engineer, the architect, or the quantity surveyor, or the procuring authority who has authority to do that.
All right.
And we wanted to correct that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that the Honorable Anga...
Then the other, in B, Chair, I've amended so that the contractor is the one who will be applying for extension of time to the project manager. That is what I've done, if you look at B.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, it's okay now. I don't think there will be an issue now. So just leave it. You could...
See, don't hurry me, Chair, a lot. Yeah. Just give me time. Chair, I know you want to go and campaign, eh?
Order.
Close C.
Order. Honorable Nduati,
I'm sorry,
do not repeat that again.
On a light note.
There is nothing light about that. Campaigns are very strong things.
Okay.
So let's proceed with... Okay.
Okay, clause 4, and this one I wanted a majority leader to agree with me. What is provided in the Principal Act, Honorable Chair, is that the price variation from the original price is based on the prevailing consumer index or inflation rate. And Honorable Chair, when you use inflation rate, it is very punishing to the government, because if inflation rate goes up by 15%, it means that everything in that contract goes up by 15%. Even if the next year it goes up by 20%, it means that everything has gone up by 15%. So, Honorable Chair, I wanted us to omit inflation rate and substitute with the consumer index obtained from the Kenya National Bureau of Standards. Yeah, because we can't use the inflation rate.
Okay.
And maybe the other thing is item E, which has not been provided for in the contract, is the cumulative value of professional services should not exceed 25%. It is not in the Principal Act, and we wanted to make provision for it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Very well. So then I propose a question, which is that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Joseph Nduwati. Honorable Shungwa.
Chair, I rise to support and thank the Chair, Honorable Nyasuna, for dropping her amendment. And I support this one by Honorable Nduwati. Honorable Chair, as Honorable Nduwati says, it was quite dangerous, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, to allow contractors or the people who are tenderers to be the ones to allow the use of provisional sums. Case in point, and the best example, Honorable Chair, you would use is the parliamentary offices block that we are doing here. You will learn from the Parliamentary Service Commission that most of the delayed works, Honorable Speaker, have been as a result of the main contractor's refusal to the use of these provisional sums and prime costs to subcontractors who are subcontracted. And now what we are doing is saying that the chief executive officer, for instance, for Parliament, would have the authority then to allow the use of those provisional sums, which in practice is the right thing to do. Even the main contractor could even pass on Honorable Chair and a contract comes to a halt. But if the accounting officer has authority to allow subcontractors to carry on with the work, then it is okay. True, Honorable Speaker, and that's why I was begging that you do allow the Honorable Nduwati to prosecute B and C, particularly C, on quantum and price variations. It was dangerous what the bill was providing for, that you cannot vary a contract until after 12 months. Is that to mean that if you are to do a contract and finish it in 11 months and there are variations, you can't vary anything, Honorable Speaker? It is only fair to allow variations both on quantum and pricing and allow them, as has been proposed, on 15% on quantum and up to 25% on both quantum and price. And therefore, I think we should support this amendment because it's in line with what is actually in practice today and what actually happens in such contracts, Honorable Speaker. And I support.
All right. So then I put the question, which is that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nduwati. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question, which is that clause 36 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question, which is that clause 37 be part of the bill. Honorable Wanga.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 37 be deleted, be amended in the bill be amended in clause 37 by deleting paragraph A. Honorable Chair, this is to retain the timelines as provided for in the Principal Act. Subsection A was talking about deleting the words 14 days appearing immediately after the words review within 7 days. It was reducing the review period from 14 days to 7 days. And we want to just retain it at 14 days. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Okay, so then I propose a question, which is that clause 37 be deleted, be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wanga. I put the question, which is that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wanga. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Put the question, which is that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 38 and 39.
I propose the question, which is that clauses 38 and 39 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 38 and 39 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question, which is that clause 40 be part of the bill. Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 40 be deleted. Honorable Chair, the bill sought to introduce an amendment that if the court delays in making a determination on any decision of the Public Procurement Review Board, the decision of the board will take effect. This amendment may not be necessary since there's already a timeline provided within which the court should make such a determination. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
So then I propose the question which is that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question which is that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question which is that clause, no, because the deletion, no, nothing on the.
Clauses. Okay, clauses 41, 42, 43, and 44.
I propose a question which is that clause 41 through to 44 be part of the bill. I put the question which is that clause 41 through to 44 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Now, on this particular one, I want us to be very clear on clause 2. The Honorable Wanga is proposing a deletion of the entire clause. That's paragraph A, right? Now, if that is taken, for sure the Honorable Nduati's falls, because he will have nothing to delete. Yeah? Okay, let's hear what Honorable Wanga has to say, but basically that's the position. Honorable Wanga?
Well, thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, since Honorable Nduati is proposing some amendments, it would be unfair for me to delete the clause before he proposes those amendments. So I beg to drop my amendment so that he can have an opportunity to amend it further and maybe add value.
Okay. Then you go to Honorable Nduati.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My proposal is to allow other professionals to be able to procure works. Because in Wanga's amendment, it is only somebody called procurement professional who was allowed to procure works. But Honorable Chair, there are many other professionals who procure work. Quantity surveyors, architects, engineers, and this profession called procurement professional, he's the one who has come in to delay works. You see, like now, if you want to procure this hall, it will be designed in the morning, the bills will be made in the evening, and you procure. But now to introduce another person to delay the works, it takes a lot of time. And we wanted to open it up like it happens in private sector.
Okay.
The procurement professional is only recognized in government. But in private sector, there's nothing like that. Because works, if it's the engineering works, they are procured directly. Architectural works, procured directly. That is what I wanted us to open up and to allow other people to do the works.
All right. So then I propose a question which is that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nduati. What is it to the Honorable Ishungwa?
Honorable Chair, there is a B, and I think what the Honorable Nduati has spoken to is A. So if you can just allow him to prosecute B.
Okay. Well, I do not know why you really have to, unless you have an issue. Honorable Nduati, if you progress like that, you will have a lot of problems with this thing. So take your seat, Honorable Nduati. I put the question, which is that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nduati. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. And I put the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So the Honorable, let's have the mover of the bill to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, being National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order. You can resume your seat. Order, members. Can I have the chairperson to report to the House?
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 32 of 2021, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well, thank you. Let me have the mover of the bill to move agreement with the reports.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Engineer Duarte to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Engineer Duarte for seconding.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Very well. Members, I propose a question for adoption, which is that this House do agree with the committee in the said reports. Cognizant of our own standing orders and members, we are not in a position to put the question, and I do order that the question on the same be put in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 11, the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2021. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Very well. On order number 11, the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2021. This is a resumption of debate, which was interrupted on the Wednesday, February 16, 2022, in the afternoon sitting. Our members, on the same we had the Honorable Hamos Kimunya, the mover, and Honorable Mutua Florence Mwikali, seconding. The question was proposed, and so we have a number of requests from members who are wishing to debate on this. May I have the Honorable Member for Sirisia? Member for Sirisia is consulting. The Honorable Member for Ruaraka Constituency, Honorable TJ Kajwang. Honorable TJ Kajwang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make 4 quick points on this bill. You know, Madam Speaker, if today you want to make money, you should just start a private university and get all the faculties and the units that are taught in the public universities. You will be a rich lady within 1 year. And you know how you'll be rich? You will be using public funds to enrich yourself. Because what has happened is that the government has become the biggest market for people who are doing business in the name of private universities. Madam Speaker, this began sometime in 2021 when we passed the COOPS amendment. And the COOPS amendment is one of those that is under review in this amendment. And I call your attention to clause 21, which is discussing the management of Kenyan universities and colleges' central services, otherwise called COOPS. It is a shame, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a gentleman from a constituency I have a lot of respect for, but they are in the business of selling oranges. Who is taking away your attention, Madam Speaker?
Honorable Kajwang, you have been hard and you'll be hard in silence.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I saw order.
Madam Speaker, when we passed COOPS, it was not a norm. It was an exception. At that time, it was said that we have students, and every student have a right to education, and because the public universities do not have enough bed space for the students, let us have the private students, and we will roll in some money for capitation for the tuition to be able to learn, to get them to school. Now, that did not become the norm. It was an exception. It was, if you wish, an affirmative action, which should have ended at some point. But it is today prestigious to go to a private university. Today, private universities are the most prestigious places to go. When Amos Kimunya and I went to school, of course he went to school much earlier than I, but it was prestigious to go to public schools because public universities benefited from the best lecturers, from the best facilities. Today, nobody wants to go to University of Nairobi. If you went to the law faculty in University of Nairobi in Parklands, you will find they don't even have seats for students to sit down. Why? Because attention has turned from public universities to private universities. If you went to Strathmore today, it is very easy. It is very cozy. The most, you will have a wonderful time being in that university because they have used public funds to develop that university. In fact, today, in the supplementary estimates that we are considering, 300 million is going to be is going to go to the private universities for the purposes of that capitation. Now that is not a problem, but the problem is if every year we had set out, and I think the leader of majority should follow if he wishes, if every year we were to use the kind of money we are pushing through the exchequer to build a university, how many universities would we have built from the year 2012 right up to now? There would be enough universities for our children to go. So then the last thing around this thing is that children are taken to private universities against their choices. You just find that you have been taken to Baraton or to Daystar or to one of those. And it was not your father and your mother worked hard so that you can join University of Nairobi or you should go to Lower Kabete and do accounts there. Against your wishes. And that they say that the funds then will follow you. So there are 3 clauses I have a problem with, although I support the entire bill.
But there are three clauses that I have a problem with. Clause 21 talks about management of the coups. You can see that in that clause, they are attempting to put people they are calling representatives from private universities to sit together with people who are controlling the public universities. That is a misnomer. It can't happen. It is only in Kenya that this kind of thing is proposed. Now, the second thing is clause 18, discussing section 54, I think, of the Act. And it has something to do with the funding. There is a fund, universities fund, that has been created. And you see the composition of the fund. You find a representative of private university sitting to discuss and to decide matters on how that money is going to go to him. If this is not conflict of interest, what is conflict of interest? How can this person sit down and discuss how the public money will be issued out to himself? And him is a declared private person who is in business to make profits. So what we are doing, we are just allowing people to go to the exchequer and sit down on a table and discuss how much of that cake will go to them, and they are private people. This cannot happen. The last thing I want to say about this is that if you want a vice-chancellor, and if you want a professional vice-chancellor, you must divorce politics from this thing. Why would you on earth put a CS in the process of selecting a vice-chancellor? That is what used to happen during Moi's time. Because Moi was the professor excellent, and Moi was everything. So Moi would decide who becomes the vice-chancellor or not. So why would you have Magoha? What value would Magoha had in appointing a vice-chancellor? If you want a professional vice-chancellor, remove CS from this and let it be professional. Let it be an academic, the academia deciding who the vice-chancellor is. Now, Madam Speaker, you know that as we sit down, and as we sit now, and Honorable Kimunya will tell you, that there is an active audit going on right now in Public Accounts Committee about ghost students. You know, these people, those private universities, they have ghost students. No law stops them from saying, how many students do you have? Because after all, they are expecting money to come to them. Right now, there is an active audit, special audit, on these capitation funds. Now, this is what we want to encourage. I say that the mover of the bill, if you want us to accept the bill as it were, then you must make an amendment to bring in the Auditor General. Auditor General must audit these funds. How else are we going to place this money without any audit at all? So there must be a composite amendment to the Public Audit Act to be able to get the Auditor General to know how much of this money which is going to the so-called private students or public students in private universities. Madam Speaker, I have looked at the report, and I have the report here. These are the issues that this committee was given, and I have it on record here on page, for example, page 31. UASU came before them, University Academic Staff and Union. They came before them and said these issues, that you cannot have a mismatch of a CS trying to select a vice-chancellor. And then they said that in order to allow private universities the autonomy to determine their methodology for representation to the board. These are things which were taken up. But in the end, in the recommendation, and in the text that the committee has brought before us, they are not seeking to amend those provisions. The committee is not doing that. When all the stakeholders told them to do that, I leave it for your own to guess what may have happened, that when they were told clearly what should have been put in the recommendations, they came with different things. So, Madam Speaker, in as much as I will support the bill, because it's an improvement to the universities bill, I will bring amendments I will bring amendments on these issues, and we will discuss them to be able to change. Let public universities be public, and let it still be prestigious to go to public universities, not the private universities. If those people want to go to private university, it should be by choice. If a child has a rich father, let them go there. I thank you.
Very well, very well. I've been citing that we have a matter appearing in the Public Accounts Committee, which I'm a member. Indeed, I'm actually the vice chairperson. Let me have the member for Kadui. Member for Kadui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this important motion.
These members, and members, please, can you...
Honorable Speaker.
Can you put on your mask? Sometimes we may not even want to...
Honorable Speaker, they should not be raising up their hands.
Yeah,
you know,
just
this is not a classroom.
Yeah, just
this is not kindergarten. This is Parliament. And Parliament has got cards and, gadgets where you can press to be detected by the Speaker.
Correct. Please carry on.
Honorable Speaker, this is an important bill because it touches actually on institutions of higher learning in our country and provides the framework for both regulation and institutionalization of programs to help to run the education sector. Madam Speaker, I have looked at the bill briefly, and I notice it carries quite a number of amendments which are very, very substantial. And I want to state that it is important, and going by what the Honorable T.J. Kajwang has just been pointing out, the bill is generally good, Honorable Speaker, but it requires to be relooked at. There are certain sections that will need to be relooked at in order to harmonize and avoid ambiguity and ensure that it supports the education sector. If you look, Madam Speaker, at what has happened in the recent past, many campuses of public universities were closed. Many satellite campuses, and constituent colleges were closed, even for the University of Nairobi, Moi University, Masinde Muliro University, even Kibabi University of my own in Bungoma had, campuses and satellite campuses, closed. Honorable Speaker, this has happened and cost many students who would otherwise have been at these public universities to be placed under private universities. As Honorable Kajwang did point out, it is something which has been of prestige for admissions to public universities, like the University of Nairobi. I have some students admitted to some private university in Thika called Creste. I'd never heard of it. I saw this year there's a Creste University in Thika with students qualified to join the University of Nairobi and many other public universities going to that private university. While it's an institution of higher learning, Madam Speaker, but students have been placed in these private universities against their will by the placement institution, the institution responsible for placement of students. This needs to be relooked at because you've closed campuses at public universities. You closed campuses for the University of Nairobi. I am sure this could have been one of the reasons why some universities are going down, they're getting bankrupt, like Moi University. I think they relied on the number of students because the monies going into these universities is public money. Why should you close a campus of a public university with students? Then you take students to a private university and you pay all the money to a private university. You are empowering a private university against public university. This is something which need to be looked at, Madam Speaker. I am sure this must be one of the reasons why Moi University went under, because all the campuses that had students were closed. It's a Moi University. And of course, this brought down the earnings of the university. It must have contributed immensely to the coming down of this university. The other, I think, important thing which the Honorable Kajwang also did point out is, which is well captured in this bill, is the question of declaration of universities. We have had colleges, even teachers' colleges. If I recall, we had a popular teachers' college, diploma college, in Kenya here called Kenya Science. Kenya Science, which was usually at Ngong Road. It trained teachers in sciences, in agriculture, in biology, and the best biology teachers, the best agriculture teachers, chemistry, they came from Kenya Science, which was declared a university. It was taken over by the University of Nairobi. You will recall the popular Kenya Polytechnic, which we had just here on Haile Selassie, is no longer there. We have the Kenya, Polytechnic University, something like that. Madam Speaker, this has affected the growth of that technical cadre, the growth of the people that went through. We no longer have those popular science teachers that came from Kenya Science. We no longer have the technical people at that level that were trained in Kenya Polytechnic. Once it became a university, it neutralized the courses, the junior courses that were, given at the Kenya Polytechnic, the certificate courses, diploma courses, higher diploma courses, which used to be given at the Kenya Polytechnic. They are no longer there, Madam Speaker. If they are at a very moderated level to allow the university over degrees. Madam Speaker, this bill also, on a good note, provides clarity, removes ambiguity in the management of the affairs of, universities, particularly when it comes to the commission. And therefore, we need to have this done because it generally would ensure that our institutions of higher learning are well run and universities are offering, courses which would ensure that they are absorbed in the market for the better of society and ensure that that the courses which are being offered in our universities are relevant to the requirements. Madam Speaker, I wish to state that, like I said at the outset, I support this bill, and I join my colleague in saying that we would bring some amendments to areas that will need to be relooked at the committee stage. And I want, therefore, to thank you for the opportunity and to say I support the bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. You support the bill. Thank you, the member for Kitui. The member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Madam Speaker, at the very onset, I just want to say that I do support this bill with amendments. Madam Speaker, I know that there are people who do not want to continue working, and the only thing they want to do is to disrupt. And then, Madam Speaker, perhaps if I can say, because my issues also qualify to almost a point of order. Madam Speaker, there are people who at this point don't want to work, they just want to be politicking, And they don't want those of us who want to work to be in the house.
Please, can you put your card on intervention, find out if you're... Yes. Very well. Yes, Honorable. Let Honorable Emilio Odhiambo finish our debate. Honorable Emilio Odhiambo. There's a member here, I don't want to state your name. Oh, he's not even on an intervention, and he's shouting.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Emilio Odhiambo, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protecting me against persons who are hell-bent on disrupting the House for no reason. Madam Speaker, the place where people exercise work and business in the House is on the floor, or business or Parliament is on the floor of the House. It's not at political rallies. So, Madam Speaker, those who think it is ripe, the time is ripe for them to politic, please go and politic and let those of us who want to work to work. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I support this bill with amendments. And having said that, I support this bill with amendments, Madam Speaker. I just want to indicate, Madam Speaker, I want to indicate that the reason why I support this bill...
Out of order, you are out of order. You cannot be upstanding. Just do the right way and you'll get your...
But Madam Speaker, it is you who can catch the eyes. They cannot force you to give them the mic.
Honorable Emilio Odhiambo, please carry on.
Yes, I'm continuing,
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
control.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the reason why I want to support this bill with amendments is, Madam Speaker, our universities have been facing a lot of governance challenges of late. And Madam Speaker, the amendment in some part is seeking to address those issues, yet it is actually not touching the core of the issues, Madam Speaker, in the way the amendments are crafted. So I want to agree with Honorable TJ Kajwang, and I want to encourage him that he can actually bring the amendments that the committee has not brought. Because when I listened to the chair of the Committee of Education raising the issues that had been brought by the, the things that had been brought to them when they went for public participation, she raised some significant issues which, however, are not covered in the committee report. Madam Speaker, because of time, I just want to indicate that some of the issues that are of concern to me, Madam Speaker, is that we are a very unique country that seems to want to kill its public universities, that are the universities that are accessible to poor and struggling children, and yet we want to strengthen our private universities, many of which do not even have the capacities to manage, Madam Speaker. As much as we want to encourage and support private entities, it cannot be at the expense of our public universities. Madam Speaker, I've been one of the proponents of a public university per county, and if we are able to do that and give resources per county, then we can go very far in terms of making education accessible at a higher level. I am very pleased to see Tomboya University College, which is a constituent college of Maseno University, has grown exponentially, and it was an idea we started here with the late Honorable Tieno Kajwang, just when devolution was coming in, and we said that we needed a constituent college first that should then move to a university, and we are waiting. The president has actually promised that we will get a charter. Recently I passed there, I didn't get into the university, but seeing what it has become from one small building at Farmers Training College, Madam Speaker, it was a Farmers Training College that had the only television in public television when I was growing up in that town, and that's where we all watch television with one TV and Oma Bay FTC. And Madam Speaker, it has grown to a very, very big college that is now good enough to be a university. Madam Speaker, that would not be possible if we don't put in sufficient funds for that as a public university. So instead of putting in too much energy on private universities, which I don't have a problem with, but let us give attention and focus first to our public universities before then we move to our private universities. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I'd want to say, which Honorable TJ Kajwang has said, is that even where we want to support the private universities, we should not violate people's rights to choices. I have in my own house 2 of my grandchildren who have been taken to private universities. I didn't want them to go to private universities. I prefer that they go to public universities so that they get all-rounded education in public universities, where some of us went. But instead they were taken to private universities under the pretext that they will be supported by the government because they passed. Instead, we are being forced to pay even higher money for our children to go to those private universities. I have no quarrel with private universities, but where as a parent you choose for your child to go to a public university, that should be actually your first preference or choice. I would have preferred for them to go to my university, Nairobi University. And so, Madam Speaker, I think the issue, the freedom of choice should be there. And then finally, Madam Speaker, one of the issues that is of serious concern to me, Madam Speaker, this affects both public and private universities, and I don't know how we can address it in this bill. The issue of missing marks, Madam Speaker. I don't think we have what is called universities any longer. I have nephews and nieces who are in public universities as well. And one of them finished his degree and could not graduate because they missed his mark. So he has to waste one whole year because of missing marks. And not because he didn't do. He did with the exams. They were missing. He went back again and did the exams. They were still missing. And then when he went to the university, one of the officers there gave him a very ethnic-laden remark at around this time of politics. Of course, he didn't know that that was my nephew, and I just decided to be magnanimous because then such a person should be fired if I actually pick that issue very seriously. You cannot tell somebody because you are related, you are a Luo and you look like you support Azimio, so we cannot help you follow up, get your marks. So, Mr. Speaker, our universities must also be de-ethnicized. And it's very, it's not, I don't even know the words, let me not use bad words. But my nephew has to spend actually a whole year out of the university because of a missing mark, which has been missed, he has missed twice. That was unheard of in our time. You did your results and they were out. So part of the issues that should be addressed is beefing up our universities so that they are able to function effectively. But I thought it was actually a problem with the public universities. I have another niece who was also taken out of no choice of hers to a private university. Again, she's also has delayed graduation because of her missing marks in a private university. So I don't know what's going on with the universities, and we are hearing stories that for you to get your marks, you have to bribe. What nonsense is that? Because what are we then, what then are we producing? Graduates or graduates in corruption. So, Madam Speaker, there are very, very serious governance issues that are affecting our universities, but we cannot address them by trying to kill public universities, but by strengthening public universities. So what I would want to encourage is Honorable TJ to bring those amendments that are indicated, and if he doesn't, I will also bring them, Madam Speaker, so that we can make our public universities the first places of choice. My university, the University of Nairobi, when I went there, was one of the best universities in the world. It is now struggling. And if you look at they are bedeviled with issues of ethnicity, issues of governance, issues of corruption. I'm not saying about Nairobi University specifically, but those are issues that are now bedeviling our universities. And I think there was a report that was done by the the National Cohesion Commission, and showed that almost all universities are guilty, Madam Speaker, that you find whether it was Maseno, whether it's Moi was employing majority Kalenjins. Maseno was employing majority Luos and Luyas. And, vice versa, and even in other parts, Karatina and the rest. Madam Speaker, we cannot run a country with that kind of madness. Let our universities, even in employment, show the face of Kenya, because we're actually breeding a terrible nation by putting ethnicity and such considerations ahead. I support with amendments. Thank you.
You support with amendments. Honorable Member for Seme. And members, maybe for your guidance, you must get a way of catching the speaker's eye. If you don't catch my eye, you'll be absent. There's a way of doing it. If you're on intervention, make sure you do it the right way. Yes, Honorable Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise and to support this.
Like I have a member for Nafakolo. What is your on intervention? Your card is be captured.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you just did mention that we need to know how to catch your eye.
Yes.
And I was hoping that after the good professor,
yes,
I can support the bill.
No, that's you are on intervention. Very well, Honorable Member for Sembe, carry on.
Yeah, I said, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill, but with a lot of reservations. Madam Speaker, the first issue I have with this bill, as though I'm supporting it, is the timing. We have such important bills like this, which is touching on national institutions, making very major changes, and they come at a time when obviously, and for reasons we all know, most of the members are not able to contribute, because we all know what time it is, and we are concerned with the situations in our constituencies. I do not know whether this is intended, because if it is, then it is definitely in bad faith, because there are issues that should be discussed very seriously. Number two, the Universities Act seems to be having amendments, plethora of amendments on and off. It means that we haven't looked at it seriously, or we didn't look at it seriously at the time we're putting it in place. If you look at it, it was enacted in 2012. The same year there was a legal notice based on it. Then in 2014 it was amended. 2016 it was amended twice. 2018 there was an amendment. 2024 there's an amendment, and now 2019 there was an amendment, 2018 an amendment, and now 2020 an amendment, and now. Is it probably not time to look at this act very seriously and see why we are making two amendments? And if you look at these amendments, they all seem to related to how the public universities relate with private universities. And Madam Speaker, what you find, even the amendments that we have now, it is actually bringing a lot of involvement of the private sector into public universities. As much as that is good, Madam Speaker, what you find is that it is happening in such a way that it is actually disadvantaging children who would have otherwise benefited from support from public universities. For example, when you talk of COOPs, now it is admitting kids across the board from public universities to children to public universities to private universities, quite regardless of what the child's choice was. So if children find themselves in private universities while they actually intended and would have wished to be in public universities. Not only that, Madam Speaker, when you look at the fund that is proposed here, there's an amendment to create a fund and a board instead of a trustee that was there. Again, if you look at this, you look at the membership, what you are seeing is a lot of people from the private sector coming in. And if you look at now how the funds are going to be distributed, before, this fund was meant for public universities. Now it is now being opened by using the word participating university. And participating university may also mean private universities. So to a large extent, I'm seeing invasion of public university by the private sector, not really to improve them, but actually to get funds, the taxpayers' funds, into private universities. I think this is not fair. This country, you see this even in the health sector. There's a lot of, when we're dealing with NHF, you see a lot of scrambling that public funds should support the private sector. Obviously, that's okay, but not at the expense of public institutions that most of our poor people can get to. You want to go to a public university, you find yourself in a private university, then of course you get some help. But now the fee there is much larger than we would have liked. So, Madam Speaker, I think as a country we must look at ways of actually redistributing resources, not in such a way that actually the poor are actually supporting the rich. so that you have actually moving money. The poor are now subsidizing the rich. So I think to that extent we'll have to look at very serious amendments to this, and probably the university as a whole, the Universities Act as a whole, and actually look at public universities to a large extent should remain public universities, particularly in terms of funding. When people choose to actually go to private universities, many times there are people who can afford it. And that what we should do is spend more money to open more spaces in public universities and support those who can't. But to get public funds to support private universities that sometimes are motivated by profit, must be motivated by profit. I think that's not right. Madam Speaker, I also see there's a proposal to actually get the minister to vary or to vary the decisions of the council. Whereas it is important that there should be a level at which a minister can actually intervene when there are issues in the council. But we must be very careful, Madam Speaker, that when we start to do that, the independence of universities and the independence of our councils will be so severely eroded that actually they'll not become very useful. They may become puppets. So, Madam Speaker, for those points I've raised, I have great reservations on this. I support it, but I think we'll need to look at it look at the amendments thoroughly to see that we actually support public universities and actually prevent this invasion of public universities by private universities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The next on my request to make contribution, this is the member for Kiamba, the Honorable Juguna, for contribution. He is present. He is present.
Yes, I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this great important funding of the public university bill. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the second reading of the University Amendment Bill. I have had a chance to read through this bill, and I must say that the best title to give this bill is a bill for private university and has nothing to do with public university yet. Our public universities are on the knees, not only because of finance and the management. Madam Speaker, every clause in this bill, in my view, is geared towards fostering the interest of private universities and completely kills the public university, which is quite unfortunate. Madam Speaker, why do I say so? This is because I see an attempt to micromanage public universities. Case in point is a clause 14 of the bill, which provides for the procedure for appointment of a vice chancellor. As you are aware, public universities are body corporate and should not be run like a personal entities. This bill proposes that the vice chancellor of a public university shall be appointee of the cabinet secretary. If this is not micromanagement, I do not know of a better word. Meanwhile, for private universities, vice chancellors shall be appointed by the University Council. We all recall what transpired during the appointment of the current VC of the University of Nairobi, where a cabinet secretary had a preferred candidate and kept rejecting certain successful nominee until the issue went to court. In this, what we still want, why can't a vice chancellor be competitively recruited by the Public Service Commission without its current diminished role, where the cabinet secretaries appear to be the one to determine who is appointed as a vice chancellor of a public university. It is my submission that the VC or the vice chancellor should be competitively recruited exclusively by the Public Service Commission. An honorary principle to college should be recruited by the council. Without this, without continued micromanagement of public university, are bound to all to fail. Management of any institution is everything, and if you do not get it right, you got everything else wrong. For this reason, Madam Speaker, I oppose.
You oppose?
Yes.
Very well. You're on record opposing. It's a house of beats. Very welcome. The member for Daragwa, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that opportunity to contribute to this bill. And I want to say that we always have issues with the universities, the public universities. It is useful to have an opportunity to address the university issues on the floor of this House. I have gone through this bill, not in any manner of detail, but the real I've seen is that it's a little worrying, because instead of us trying to look for solutions for the public universities, it's like we are looking for solutions for the private universities, and we are creating an opportunity for them to access the public coffers. So I think it is important to say the following. One, that across this country, I have seen it in my constituency, Daragwa, we now have kids or young people at the university being admitted at the university from very poor families, families that perhaps there before never thought that they would ever have their children at the university level. But what is worrying is that when they come to you, they have admissions to the private universities, and the amount of money that they are expected to pay is much higher than that that is being paid in the public universities. And then the foreign question is, how did you get yourself admitted to the private university? And they have no idea. Somebody just sits somewhere and decides that this one goes to a private university, this one goes to a public university, this one will pay more, this one will pay less. This is theft. This is actually on our education system. We've done so well in this country by having free primary education, free secondary education. We seem to be messing it up at the university level. And I don't understand how this bill would be a government bill. I actually was struggling to find whose name is on it, and I see Kimunya's name, and I wonder how on earth would the government be having this kind of a bill on the floor, which is actually taking families, not even poor families. Every other child needs to have the right to decide where to go. And I think, Madam Speaker, one of the amendments that we should have is a sunset clause. We should introduce a sunset clause so that private universities that have been enjoying money from public coffers, we know by what time. Because if we are choosing to give these private investors money, why are we not giving those ones in the motor industry? Why are we not allowing other sectors to access public coffers, to access money that we have paid? I wonder how we got here in the first place. Madam Speaker, again, we don't even audit. We have these young kids that drop out because they cannot afford money in the public sector and the private sector, but I am certain that the government continues pumping money until the fourth year. But some of the kids will have dropped in second year, the first year, so it's really a conduit, and I again don't understand how this document will be coming from anywhere in the government places. Look at these lecturers who are marking these results. You have a lecturer who is marking 500, 600 exam sheets. How on earth? I have tried it. I was struggling with 50. And somebody would want to write to me that you can mark 600 answer sheets. You cannot. It's crazy. That's why marks are lost. That's why we have commercialized this aspect so badly that we have really, Makoha must, before the end of his tenure, he must really come up with a better thing. We associate him with better things, and I hope he has not looked at this, because if he has, and he give it an okay, then there's something that we are not seeing that he should come and explain to us. Madam Speaker, I don't want to say anything more. I oppose. This is not a good bill if for purposes of helping at the university level.
You oppose. Let me have the member for Navaholo, Honorable Wangwe Emmanuel, for contribution now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to say I reluctantly support this bill. And for that matter, in proper English, I would want to say I will support it with amendments. I'll also be proposing some amendments on my own, together with those which have been cited by the good professor of medicine, Professor Nikal, and others, that once the bill is before this House, it's now our property. We will have a right to access the various sections of the bill and propose the various amendments to it. Madam Speaker, education is the only gift you can give to a society, especially the youth. And failure to give the youth the right education, it means you are building a population which is going to be full of anarchy. And if you educate children to a free basic education as enshrined in our Article 43, and you deny them the higher education, properly nurtured to their needs, then, Madam Speaker, all you are doing is building anarchy. You've enlightened the boys and girls, but you are not able to conclude and give them the right education. Madam Speaker, this bill, even the committee observation on its own, is really giving direction on where we headed to. The committee, Madam Speaker, has observed that it, in its own wisdom, intends to ensure that the governance of specialized degree awarding institutions is within the framework of the Universities Act, which has already been effected through the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill number 20 of 2020. Madam Speaker, this bill is just overriding what is already existing. It is making, the aim of the bill is actually not driving to give anything new, but instead it is going round in circles so that it hits on the private institutions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to speak as a member coming from the Western region, where at the moment we do not have a private university. Madam Speaker, since the last 5 years, the only university that has received the last funding is Masinde Muliro University, which got the funding last year in the budget. Kibabi University has been struggling. Kaimosi University is yet to get a charter. Alupe University is yet to get a charter. And Madam Speaker, the per capita of the people of Western cannot be sustained in any near to anybody who is coming up with a private university to support higher education. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we do not bankroll and invest in public universities, it means some regions in this country will continue undoing in terms of economy at the expense of those which are now doing very well. I wish to say that this issue of this amendment bill should be really looked into thoroughly, so that any direction to enhance, improve, and advance issues of private universities vis-a-vis the public universities should be downplayed. Madam Speaker, any investor who wants to invest should be ready to make the feedstock, make a feedstock available, and also put in capital to drive his business. Madam Speaker, the issue of relying on the population that they will now be supplied by students, by cooks, should really end. Instead, let us support public universities so that research is across the world. It is not just Kenyan-based. Madam Speaker, our sons and boys are all over the world. When you go to various universities in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in India, there are our professors working there, because the universities in the West has been made open to academic challenge. Madam Speaker, if we advise that we enhance the issue of private universities, what we are trying to do is to kill research and instead promote search for resources in terms of money rather than in terms of knowledge. Therefore, I would wish to look at it from that angle, and will be proposing the relevant, I have about 3-4 amendments with me, which I'll be putting across when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House. Madam Speaker, Section 23 of the Act should be amended to ensure that the Cabinet Secretary publishes the Gazette which is within 90 days from the date of submission, failure to which the statutes become effective, to avoid inordinate delay of gazettement of statutes. Madam Speaker, that citation in the Act as it is now, as it's observed in the Act now, is something which we need to look at so that we align with the Universities Act as it is. The focus on management of universities only for appointment of commission secretary is limiting, as it excludes, Madam Speaker, other would-be qualified persons working outside university environment, but with the similar experience and management competencies like officers working in institutions such as the Commission for University Education. Madam Speaker, look at that. You've been adorned yourself. If it is curtailing, usually an institution of knowledge, you allow competition to come from outside, not just do inbreeding and you want to contain and say you want to allow competition just from within. This is inbreeding, Madam Speaker, and I feel we should be looking at it at the Committee of the Whole House. Madam Speaker, it is proposed that the chair of the council should be a PhD degree holder who has vast experience in research, which is one of the key functions of the university. It's also important to ensure that the qualifications of council chair match that of the senior management. That is okay that we look at the chair to have that kind of elevated level of academics. We accept that. But this is just one small observation which is hiding to drive the entire bigger majority. You only have one gift, at the convenience of very many ills, Madam Speaker. We will not be looking at it from that angle. Instead, we have to really focus. And finally, Madam Speaker, we should not look at it like the way they are putting. Councils, like any other public board, operate on delegated authority. However, it is unnecessary for the CS to review council decisions, recognizing that CS is ably represented in the council. Madam Speaker, this bill is giving powers to the CS to review council decisions and on delegated positions. Madam Speaker, supposing the CS does not want to align himself with the decision of the council, he'll be simply remote controlling the council wherever he's seated. It's a challenge which you need to look at, and Madam Speaker will make the various positions clear during the committee of the whole House. Finally, Madam Speaker, we look at the issues of appointments. We look at the issues of the appointments. For example, the vice chancellors are the accounting officers of the university, and having them sit in the university's fund board will resonate with their role as the chief executive officers of the respective universities. That is okay, Madam Speaker, as accounting officers. However, Madam Speaker, this bill, if it's allowed in the openness the way it has come, without necessarily, Madam Speaker, giving the sunset clause of when they are seated in that university fund board, what happens? You must give it a sunset clause, the limitation of the vice chancellors when they sit in this university's fund board. Madam Speaker, when you look at what is happening in most universities, most of them are now declared, they are almost on the verge of collapse just because of the accountancy part of it. Accountability is a challenge. They collect fees, but some of them we saw about 3-4 years ago, there was the issue in one of the universities, Madam Speaker, where school fees was not reflecting in the printout sheets. It was discussed on this floor. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, today, the university is down in limbos. We need to really enhance the accounting structures of the separation of, if the Vice Chancellor is really administering, let him be a professional officer in the office of the Vice Chancellor, seated as the administrator of the university. Not, Madam Speaker, to be given on the basis he is a lawyer, and therefore Masinda Muliro should have a lawyer. The answer is no. He is a Luo, therefore Maseno should have a Luo. The answer is no. We want to have a transparent administrative unit such that, Madam Speaker, a Vice Chancellor is a full professor in charge of the institution. He should not pay homage to any other person, rather than lay loyalty, Madam Speaker, to the instruments that a Vice Chancellor is given when he becomes a Vice Chancellor of the institution. Madam Speaker, I end there with my very many amendments that I'll be proposing in the committee of the whole House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Your amendments, proposed amendments at the right time, will be prosecuted. The member for Mwingi West, is he in the House? He's consulting. Yeah, I've just seen him walk out to consult. That is honorable. The member for Kandui has spoken to this. Let me have the member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join many of my colleagues who have contributed to this debate. Honorable Speaker, this may seem like a good bill, but I think it is indeed a very bad bill, especially for our public institutions. Honorable Speaker, you remember during the reign of Mishuki as the Minister for Transport, all matatus were to be painted yellow, and we assumed that they would all now behave properly. But I think history has shown us that a matatu is a matatu whether painted with a yellow strip or painted in blue or green or yellow like they were supposed to be painted. Honorable Speaker, if you want to deal with the problem of our universities, we must deal with what we call CUPS, the Kenya Universities Central Placement Services, Honorable Speaker. This is a predecessor of what was the Joint Admissions Board that was said to be riddled with corruption, Honorable Speaker. But even after changing Joint Admissions Board to CUPS, the same corruption that existed in the Joint Admissions Board, Honorable Speaker, persists today in the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you have seen, I think it's only this week that the member for Njoro requested a statement or a question on the financial woes that are bedeviling Egerton University. And it's not just Egerton University, Madam Speaker. Kenyatta University, the University of Nairobi, the premier university of this country, Masinda Muliro, where the chief whip comes from, Murang'a University, Honorable Speaker, you remember in the Public Accounts Committee, the PS, I think the Vice Chair of Murang'a University saying that they have no students. Why public universities have no students, Madam Speaker, is because COOPS is not placing students in public universities. And that is why we have so many public universities in our backyards that have no students. And without students, Honorable Speaker, then they have no capitation from the taxpayers' money that we allocate in this House. Honorable Speaker, until and unless we deal with the question of COOPS, and surprisingly, Honorable Speaker, if you look at this bill is not seeking to empower COOPS or to deal with the problems that are there in COOPS. If you look at clause 21 of the bill, it is proposing to change the membership of COOPS to have a service that will have 11 members, out of which only 4 members will represent government interests in public universities. Indeed, public universities are supposed to be represented, I think, by only one person. The bulk will be represented by other interests, Honorable Speaker. And there lies the problem, Honorable Speaker. We will find ourselves in a situation where public interest has nobody to speak for public universities within COOPS. And COOPS being the body that will be giving students to universities, then Murang'a University will continue to be on its knees, Egerton will continue to be on its knees, probably Kenyatta University will have died before Murang'a dies because of lack of students, Honorable Speaker. And we may not say, Honorable Speaker, it is the courses that are being offered, because we have very many public universities, Honorable Speaker, that are offering very good courses, but they are not getting students placed before them by COOPS. And Honorable Speaker, it is my submission that indeed, if we want to deal with the problems bedeviling our public universities, we must deal with COOPS. If we don't deal with COOPS, how it is constituted, and it must be heavy with government representation and representation by public universities, Honorable Speaker, not private interests. 2, Honorable Speaker, is a question of the Cabinet Secretary. The bill proposes to have the Cabinet Secretary completely micromanage public universities. Honorable Speaker, you know, I have served as the Vice Chair of the Public Investments Committee in the last Parliament. The state universities or the public universities are body corporates. They actually, they report to this House through the Public Investments Committee. And if the State Corporations Act stops ministries from micromanaging state corporations or state parastatals, then the Cabinet Secretary in charge of education cannot then be allowed by this bill to micromanage our public universities by somehow being the person appointing vice chancellors. Honorable Speaker, you remember the most recent case example is a case of C.S. Magoha and Professor Kiama at the University of Nairobi. You remember that issue had to go to the courts to be resolved and to see Professor Kiama sit as a vice chancellor, having been recruited by the council competitively. Honorable Speaker, if we allow cabinet secretaries to pinpoint, and I want to support what Honorable Wangwa is saying, that you pinpoint a Mr. Maina to go and be the vice chair of Murang'a University, of Karatina University, or Kikuyu campus when it becomes a university, hopefully one day. Then Masinde must be the vice VC of Masinda Muliro. Bondo University must be led by an Otieno. That is what we risk doing if we allow the cabinet secretary to be the one to appoint vice chancellors. Let vice chancellors of our public institutions be recruited competitively and on merit. And that way, Honorable Speaker, even members of this House, we will be able to hold those vice chancellors to account on both public money and how they educate and take care of our children that we send to the public universities. Honorable Speaker, many of us in this House attended public universities. And we must be at the forefront, Honorable Speaker, of defending our public universities from collapse. Honorable Speaker, if this bill is passed in its current form, it will spell a death knell to our public universities. and we must do all we do, and we'll bring amendments to ensure, I will have amendments to ensure that COOPS, or the University and College of Central Placement Services, is properly constituted with heavy representation, representing government and public interest vis-a-vis the interests of private institutions, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is a question of funding for our students, Honorable Speaker. Last week, I think, early last week or last week, but Honorable Speaker, many of you read in the Business Daily that our students in public universities are not even able to access help. Many of the members here, I'm sure, including myself, why not for help, we would never have seen the face of a university. And I'm sure even you, Madam Speaker, you probably, knowing where you come from, just like me, we would never have seen the face of a university. Why it not for funds coming through help? It is sad that today, Honorable Speaker, our students are not able to access help. And yet, we are not dealing with those issues even as we deal with a bill like this. Honorable Speaker, I was wishing the leader of majority was seated here, but I see his deputies here, the Honorable Jimmy Ngwenyi. Please, tell Honorable Kimunya, I can see he's here. Honorable Kimunya, in the 10th Parliament, when he was leader of government business, used a time like this, and I heard the Honorable Nyikal speak about it. You must be very careful, leader of majority, not to do what you did in the 10th Parliament, to bring retrogressive bills that are unpopular with the public at a time when you know many members of Parliament are out there campaigning. We must be cautious that we do not bring and pass retrogressive bills that will kill our public institutions because the leader of majority, and you know, I think he doesn't care, because in the 10th Parliament, he used his time and he lost his seat. He used his time here to bring very retrogressive bills, passed them when people are out, and he ended up losing his seat. We do not want to lose our seats, Honorable Speaker, because we were not in this House when bills that are retrogressive in nature, bills that are infringing on the rights of the ordinary hustler students to access university education, Honorable Speaker, are passed in this House, Honorable Speaker. And I really want to implore on the leader of majority to either withdraw this bill or to allow enough opportunity for us to be able to engage on all the issues, especially on the issues of funding of our public universities, placement of universities students in our public universities, Honorable Speaker, and the management of public universities without undue interference by government, Honorable Speaker, through the Cabinet Secretary. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to vehemently oppose this very retrogressive bill.
Very well. Let me have the member for Masinga, the Honorable Mwalio Bidi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to speak about this University Amendment Bill 2021. I will support with amendments this bill because majority of the items in this bill are not in line with what the universities are supposed to be run. One, the universities are now on their death knees. They are almost going under. In fact, I know one that has already been closed because the money that they used to have through the parallel courses is no longer there. And the universities were doing very well. In fact, that is why they opened so many branches of the universities, because they had extra money from the parallel courses that they were teaching. But now, since the parallel courses were stopped by the management of the universities and also maybe by the Cabinet Secretary, the universities are no longer expanding at all. In fact, in my constituency, we had given Machakos University a land, 40 acres of land, to build another university there. But since the parallel universities were closed, then they stopped. And we had already given them the land. In fact, we have been asking where they went. But I found out later on that they have no money at all. So we need to find a solution for the universities before they go under. Because the debts that they have not paid, the pending bill they have not paid, people that have worked for them is enormous. It's a lot. The contractors who have built for them houses, them that have built for them institutions, them that built for them a lot of items that are in the universities. They have not been paid. And therefore, we need a solution to be able to come up with, to be able to save our institutions, because nowadays that is the basic education. To attain a degree is no longer the Form 4 that we used to boast about, that if you are in a Form 4, you have really gone to school. But it is now the basic education is to have the first degree. And to be learned is for you to have a master's also. So we need to save our universities. Number two, the recruitment of the vice chancellors needs to be looked into, because you will find that the Senate, having recruited them, and they give it to the cabinet secretary to appoint, they do not even insist on the management skills. And the most important thing is to have management skills, whether you have a PhD, whether you are a doctor, whether you are a professor. If you have no management of an institution and you have no skills and you have no experience, then you will not be able to take that institution very far. You'll find that there are some vice chancellors who inherited good institutions, and after a while, the institutions are dry. They have no finances, they have nothing, there is no income, and therefore you find that they are struggling even to be able to stand on their feet. So I will urge that this bill will include the recruitment of a vice chancellor to be an added advantage if you have a course or you have another added degree of a management course, and also a financial management, so that you may be able to know, after the income of the school has come in, how do you share, how do you divide, how do you keep a surplus and be able to save the institution from even going to bad debts. So with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wanted to support with the amendments. Thank you.
Very well. You support with proposed amendments, which you are welcome, with the Committee of the Whole. The member for Rangwe, the Honorable Gogwachia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill with amendments, and for the very reason that this touches on the core element of our nation, that is education. And as it were, Honorable Speaker, much has been said about this particular bill, and as far as it touches on the joint between private universities and public universities and monies that go to private universities from the public coffers, the first thing that comes to question is accountability, Honorable Speaker. But before I speak to this, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate what our private universities are doing in this country in terms of provision of employment to the Kenyan citizenry, and also giving education and also conducting research in their level, and also the many things that they do to enhance education in this country. But this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, it has not addressed the issues of education governance in this country, especially higher education. We have seen in the recent past, our higher education institutions, especially our universities, literally go down on their knees. And my university that I did all my 3 degrees from, that is Egerton University, was literally salvaged from extended closure the other day, and somebody thought it wise to just give it another lease of life, and it was hurriedly reopened when it was actually facing extinction. And we know the capacity and the work Egerton has contributed in this country, especially in the field of high-notch agriculture. So this particular bill, Honorable Speaker, does not strictly address issues of governance that bedevil our higher learning institutions. And it is very important, Honorable Speaker, that these issues are addressed, issues financial management. Bills should come into this House that substantively address how monies should be given to our public universities. We know that as far as it were, most of our students from vulnerable backgrounds end up in our public universities. And these public universities, Honorable Speaker, should be well funded. And if there were any scarcity of funds, then priority should be given to our public universities. And if there is any sharing that should be given in such a way that funding from public coffers is directed to private universities, Honorable Speaker, from our public coffers, monies that ought to have been used to build the capacity of financial capacity of our public universities, Honorable Speaker, then I should think that these are the matters that should be addressed by such a bill. Of course, people who have spoken, colleagues who have spoken ahead of me, have touched on the matters of governance in terms of nepotism that we see in management at our universities, where preference, especially if it is brought at certain echelon of management, then you would find preference being given to certain tribes, certain people from certain localities to be at the highest level of management of our public universities. These are the things that we really honestly need to address. When we look at this bill, there is an element of it making it a bit difficult for provision of charter. And I'm looking at a university like Tom Mboya University in Homa Bay, where I come from, Homa Bay County. I mean, provision of charters should be made easy, such that we have even more and more of our public universities. Among other things that our universities do, Honorable Speaker, is to conduct research. And when it comes to rating of universities in terms of their output, internationally and nationally, you look at how much they contribute in terms of public knowledge, in terms of generation of knowledge from research that they conduct. And I get curious to find out how much money is given to our public universities for research purposes. We cannot have our universities only teach, Honorable Speaker. We need to have our universities, especially our public universities, we need our public universities to be funded so that they can conduct research, so that they can generate new knowledge. I want to specifically speak to equipment that are at Egerton University that are used for teaching. Some of them are completely old, Honorable Speaker. And we need to buy, especially in the fields of engineering,
and I'm talking about the Department of Food Science and Technology. When I talk about the Department of Food Science and Technology, Honorable Speaker, this is a specific department that require a new equipment, Honorable Speaker. But we find that the little money that is there is only given, is divided among public universities, and part of it is taken to private universities, when our public universities require new equipment, especially even in the field of engineering. And I think this one resonates around all the universities, public universities across the country, Honorable Speaker. So it is really, really serious. It is a serious matter that we looked at our public universities with an eye of mercy. What happened? That our public universities, where most of our students from poor background, and we know very well, Honorable Speaker, that education is an equalizer. Education levels all the playing fields for people who it doesn't matter their background. And when you struggle very hard, then you get to university, then you find that there are things which you cannot access, Honorable Speaker. These are matters of governance, and especially when it comes to funding, these are the things that we should come and bring to the floor of this House and substantively discuss and see how we can even add more money to our public universities. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to matters accountability, when we take monies to private institutions from public coffers, Honorable Speaker, how do they account for these monies? How would our how do public auditors go to private institutions to follow up funds from public coffers and audit and give a report, Honorable Speaker? And probably these are the places where we get our money disappear, Honorable Speaker. So I should think that we should rethink this bill. As much as I support it, when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House, we will bring amendments to it so that it is better. Our public universities, Honorable Speaker, have been suffering lots and lots of riots and lots of stay-ins by our lecturers, Honorable Speaker. Look at the qualifications that you require to be a university lecturer, Honorable Speaker. You must have a master's degree at its least, and you take forever to get a master's degree. And you put in a lot of academic effort to have a master's, Honorable Speaker. And you must do publications, Honorable Speaker. And we even have our university lecturers. They must do certain publications. They must supervise certain number of students. And what happens? It is our university lecturers in this country who are least paid, Honorable Speaker. So as much as we want to discuss matters higher education, it is important that we rethink funding of our national universities, especially public universities, as we appreciate what the private universities are doing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support with amendments.
You support with amendments. Let me have the member for the Honorable Kiarie Odagoreti. I'm aware you do not have a card. You can use the dispatch box, or you give. Yes.
Wow. Madam Speaker, I do greatly appreciate this opportunity, and it is not my habit to not have my card. As you would know, I have a good record of carrying my card with me always. Madam Speaker, when the public elects a government, when the people elect their representatives, they do so expecting that the government is going to invest in social goods. Kenyans expect for the government to offer good schools. Kenyans expect for the government to give good hospitals, to give good universities, to have good roads, and so on. Public education is one of the social goods that the Kenyan people expect from this government. That is why, Madam Speaker, I rise to vehemently oppose this bill in the format that it is in, Madam Speaker. I'm opposing, Madam Speaker, because the financing of public universities is a critical matter. Madam Speaker, with a well-trained population, two things normally do happen. considerable human development, but more so investment in research that moves the human being even further, Madam Speaker. So much so that if we want a country to develop, we want educated people, and we want educated people to also produce research that will inform the development of a country, Madam Speaker. Now, when a bill such as this is presented to the House, where we actually are seeing ourselves taking public monies out of public investments and putting them in private people's pockets, then, Madam Speaker, some of us will definitely stand on the floor of this House and oppose such an effort, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in its current form, this bill is actually leading to the privatization of functions that should be taken up by the national government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the easiest way for a country to hand over itself to cartels is by privatizing social goods that belong to the public. Madam Speaker, as we speak now, we know the state of our primary school education. We know the state of our secondary school education. While the government is really investing to ensure that we have 100% transition and preferably into national government-funded schools, then on the other hand, we want to make a bigger investment on private universities at the expense of public universities. Then, Madam Speaker, we would be doing what would be called in maths a zero-sum game, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the essence of this bill is that ultimately it will bankrupt our public universities. At a time when, Madam Speaker, you can hear a petition that came to this House recently, where public universities are even decrying the state of their finances as we speak, and even asking whether alumni of public universities could be joining these summits so that they can help with the ideas to take the universities ahead, Madam Speaker. It is at a time when public universities are collapsing, Madam Speaker. Universities without number, call them Kenyatta University in dire financial straits. Nairobi University, dire financial straits. Egerton University is in abeyance. At the moment, we do not even know how it will be opened, Madam Speaker. The students are crying, wishing that they could go back to school and at least graduate. Just across the road, Madam Speaker, the Technical University of Kenya, students who should have graduated in the year 2020 can today not graduate because there are no substantive leaders. There is no substantive leadership in that school. The school is underfunded. So in essence, this is a badly timed bill coming to do bad things, Madam Speaker, to public education and especially in public universities. Madam Speaker, this House, through the Public Accounts Committee, has processed a matter where it has been proven that the public has been investing in ghost students in private universities, where, Madam Speaker, private universities over-declare students' numbers, where there are many ghost students declared by public universities so that they can benefit from public funding. This is at a time when, Madam Speaker, national and public universities are struggling to even fill up their classes, rendering our public universities to become kiosks. Today, Nairobi University is trying to do anything they can to raise money. Kenyatta University is no longer concentrating on academia or teaching their students or even doing research. They are more concentrating on what can bring money to the table because the university is facing collapse. Now here we are, the people who appropriate monies, public monies through the national budget, saying that we now want to take the monies from our public universities and put them in private investors. That is a big shame, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I think we should now also, as we are processing this, focus on where the problem is. Madam Speaker, there is an institution by the name of Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services, Madam Speaker. The problem emanates from there. It is now in the public domain that these CAPs has been denying public universities students and placing them in private universities And students are locked in private universities due to the bureaucracy and the process of getting yourself out of a placement in a private university if you wanted to go to a public universities. So that COOPs can then follow the monies to these private students that they are placing in private universities, and at the end of the day, killing our public universities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the denying of funds, the killing and underfunding of public universities is a very elaborate and complex scheme. Right at the center of this scheme is the Kenya Universities and College Placement Services, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is the issue in this bill about giving veto powers to the CS in the council, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest things that universities fought for is for them to be separated from the executive in this country. Madam Speaker, there was a time when nothing could happen in the university senate or university administration without the direct assent of the head of state, Madam Speaker. That was many decades ago. We cannot go back there, Madam Speaker. The veto power being given to the CS in this council, University Council, is something that should not be tolerated by this House, Madam Speaker. It should be opposed to vehemently. Universities will need to be independent of the executive as they run their business and affairs. Madam Speaker, we are the House that appropriates monies. So if by chance, any stroke of bad luck, this bill should go through in the format that it is, I would love to call upon this House to reconsider the monies that will be appropriated in the supplementary budget and in the main budget to this particular sector. Because if we are going to invest monies that should have been going to our public universities and they end up in the pockets of individuals who run private institutions, then, Madam Speaker, we would be doing a very sacrilegious act as this House. In fact, a big disservice, not only to this country at this moment, but to the future generations. Madam Speaker, I did stand to oppose vehemently this bill in the format and form that it is in. And Madam Speaker, as I conclude, the issue of public university financing is a very critical matter to members of this House, Madam Speaker. And so I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, as I'm sitting, to call your attention to the quorum situation in this House, Madam Speaker. I do believe that this matter should be debated at such a time as when we have good quorum, so that we can be able to bring up these matters to the attention of members of this House and to the attention of members of the public, Madam Speaker. And I do wish that we could actually even just postpone this debate, Madam Speaker, so that it can be debated at such a time as when there will be good quorum to attend to such an important matter of public interest. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kiaria, you made your contribution so well, but you are in order to also call for the quorum. And so I do order that the quorum bell be rung. No, he has not asked quorum. He has asked for quorum. He did not raise. He says he Honorable Kiaria, can you be on record on the issue you are proposing?
Madam Speaker, the issue I was raising is that such an important bill is coming at a very curious time, Madam Speaker. As you can see, looking around the House, you can see what our quorum looks like. So the timing of tabling of this bill to me, Madam Speaker, is a bit curious. And I was wanting to go on record to say that I wish that this debate could actually be debated at a time when we have a good quorum so that members can get a chance to contribute to such an important matter. Madam Speaker, I was calling your attention to the quorum status in the House, Madam Speaker.
Very well. He's on record calling on quorum status, though, as a matter of procedure. But you have already contributed. You cannot be the one who's raising. Yes, you cannot be the one who is raising after debating and they've closed your debates. But, not the right way. Yes, though it is important, I think is trying to say how important this bill is. And of course, every other member would be interested also to, contribute on the same. It's a very important bill. It was just a point of noting. Then let me have the member for Kibwezi West, the Honorable Musimba Patrick. The Honorable Musimba, the member representing the people of Kibwezi West. Give him the mic. Yes, there you are, Honorable
Thank you,
Musimba.
Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this bill. In essence, our biggest contribution will come in the committee stage, but it's, we must be alive to particular things and proposals that have been brought by the executive as concerns this universities bill. The role of universities is in the development of human capital. And the bigger question, or a thought to ponder upon, is do young people need Kenya, or does Kenya need those young people and their brains? And indeed, the answer is obvious. Kenya needs its young people to be developed, to give us their intellect, and indeed, their output towards growing our GDP as a nation. You find increasingly the modeling that we've taken as a nation towards university education is indeed, we are talking about placing university admission towards the haves. That it is indeed a crime not to have money, not to come from a disadvantaged home, or a background to be able to get access to universities. Where you find people who have been placed into, say, Masinde Muliro University and come from Kibwezi. And indeed, it is quite an expense for them to access the universities based on their localities that they come from, that it is expensive. And we need to go back to the times when we said universities were purely on grant basis, because the student has done their work. Their work was to excel at Form 4 level and to get admission to this university. Surely you can't punish that sort of output by saying that the child has performed in year 1, in year 2, and by the time they get to year 3, you're saying we are sending you home because you lack fees. This is unfair. And that's why it's a great shame as a nation, which has been founded, if you go back in the 60s and 70s, where there were great airlifts, that the only thing anyone needed to do at that time was excel in their secondary education, to be treated to sausages, to a lifestyle that was indeed in the movies when they went to University of Nairobi. And now, the same people who are now and are coming to retirement are pushing these bills, these sort of bills and formations, to punish the same students who are coming from the needy environment without having provided for them an enabling framework to be able to support. Madam Speaker, we ourselves as legislators, when we are dealing with CDF, we are at great pains to allocate funds like 10,000 shillings to people who require a lot more to be able to have sustenance. Because when you look at their environments, they really have nothing. And yet the person is going to study actuarial or medicine or engineering, or even if it's the arts. We need people who can be able to look at society and tell us what are the behavioral patterns. And so that we have the right mixes when we are discussing in meetings, in the way we position Kenya in terms of our diplomatic relations abroad. And these are the times when you see the people who are being celebrated in Kenya, the people like Professor Mabel Imbuga, at the helm of JKUAT, Olive Mugenda at KU, and has grown it into a huge institution and economy that has defined Juja, has defined, the Thika Highway, the people like Akina Professor Atham Abel, who you see even when you're studying medicine, particular books are written by them and are authorities around the globe. Now you find students increasingly in universities who are suffering from lack of boards. You go, I went to my alma mater. My alma mater is in the University of Nairobi, you know, at Lower Kabete University. And you could not imagine the deplorable conditions that students are living in. The rooms which we went to are not rooms which you would say a parent is bequeathing their children to go and stay. Where they used to go and eat. We used to go to CCU, and it was such a nice place to go and eat at. And today they're going to bandas, and yet they're saying they're celebrating going to university. Surely these are things which have to be done. We celebrate minds like Professor Mbogwa here in the engineering faculty, who came up with what the technology that people like Elon Musk are using till today, which is the development of nano satellites around this world. And these are bringing big money to the globe and changing. And yet, what are we doing to the future students who will bring in this innovation? We are killing them. We are destroying them. Because, strictly speaking, public money must be used for public university, public purposes. We started this game here in Kenya with NHIF. We pick public money, public contribution, and we give it to private hospitals. When will a level 3 hospital or a level 4 in Makindu get to look like M-pesa Hospital? When we are giving them more than 100 million a month? When will we have hope in Makindu? It's impossible. They'll never catch up. The same way we are talking today, I go set up a university as a capitalist, and I must confess, I'm a pronounced capitalist. But I cannot set up a university and hope to benefit from what taxpayers are giving me. I build that university, I make it competitive to say, come to my university because I'm giving you an edge. When you come to my uni, I'll give you an experience. But you cannot be saying, we are killing a University of Engineering to say what? That we are not going to give it equipment. We are not going to drive it to become
the Honorable
to a
Member
level.
for Kibwezi West, we have an intervention on a point of order by the
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order seeking clarification from my own nephew, whom I must declare, that he has said he's a pronounced capitalist. Honorable Speaker, I would want maybe he clarifies this, because not everyone will understand now that he's delivering a very serious point to Kenyans, so that he can let everyone know what he means by a pronounced capitalist, Madam Speaker.
Very well.
To my uncle, my Hocha, who I love.
Honorable Musimba. You don't call ourselves uncles and nephews here. He's Honorable Musimba. Yeah, always, if he happens to be your nephew, fine. Thank you, Honorable Musimba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The point I'm driving is this. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a person who sees gaps and moves. And this is why we are here. We are here to inspire Kenyans to say that this indeed is a land of possibility. And it's a land that you can come from whatever the background and grow and become something. But the point I was delivering is this. I cannot seek, as an entrepreneur, to use public funds to make myself wealthier. I can't do that. It is not the ethos that we are brought up with. We have to see ourselves, and you can see, Madam, and I'll beg for some minutes because it was taken away, kindly with your indulgence, Speaker. We had our universities come up with parallel programs, which were supposed to boost their bottom lines. We came up with the universities where they were setting up campuses across the Africa, indeed, and we were aspiring to have University of Nairobi having a campus in London, having a campus in Cote d'Ivoire, having a campus in Tanzania. Because what are we doing? We're trying to ensure our universities become the bedrock and have the branding that they are the best in particular fields. Yet, a policy comes from the Ministry of Education which says, all universities, please close the programs. We had a big program from the University of Jomo Kenyatta, which was all the way in Nigeria, in Kaduna, which earned real sought after dollars for this nation. And we killed it. When we are saying our exports are dwindling as a nation and the balance of trade is shifting to the negative, we need now to sell our education as the next frontier for this country, to ensure that our brains count for us, our innovations that we've heralded to the world. And you can see now fintech is the big thing. It's coming out of what? Out of our development for NOFB. The national fiber optic infrastructure, which we placed around this country, is taking us at the helm of IT. Yet, are we developing a virtual university? Answer is no. because the number of students who are coming in or our population is growing. It far stretches the amount of facility that we have in existence today in our existing universities. What do we need? We need to expand it. We need to be like UNISA. We need to emulate University of London by having the biggest correspondence university in the world. That if our people, our own, say, civil servants are posted around the world, there's no lacuna in what access of education they'll get. Madam Speaker, for our universities, and this is for the majority leader, this is for the House, we need to come together and remember what made us great as a powerhouse in Kenya in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 70s. It was to accept that our people, were, from whatever background, have to have access to university and higher learning. And we cannot say we have help funds or this. Give them, let them contribute. Ultimately, once they contribute to us, we will all benefit as a bottom line. Some of us will not be.
You know, this business of the nephews and uncles, but anyway, you're making a very important point. Just 1 minute, Honorable Musimba, member for Kibwezi West.
Thank you very much. As I wind down, I'm saying the whole purpose of merit, as we're struggling, is if you perform well from Mombasa, from Kilifi, from there, you're given the opportunity to come and have interaction with your peers. Let's not take it away. Because there's a lesson of where, you know, I've come as the king of my village, and I come and I meet equal peers of bigger minds. It gives you humility, it makes you work harder, it makes you focus towards contribution for this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for that.
Very well. Well spoken. The member for Butula, the Honorable Yula Maero, you got the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this bill. Madam Speaker, I will have a few comments based on what we have learned. This bill has been brought in at a wrong time. Madam Speaker, you will note that most of the public universities in Kenya are bankrupt. And this is because the Ministry of Education decided to shut all the branches the universities had where they could be able to raise some funds. Because of the lack of sources of funds, our universities, Madam Speaker, are bankrupt. Madam Speaker, HELB, which was supposed to finance students from poor backgrounds, have been denied this opportunity. There is no more funding from HELB. As a result, Madam Speaker, you will find a lot of university students seeking support from CDF bursaries, which is not enough to support them. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that the Ministry of Education comes up with a way in which the universities can get back to the position where they used to be by encouraging them to raise their own funds. Own source of funds was a very good system which our universities had. But today, Madam Speaker, as we speak, our universities are in a terrible situation. And it's only this House that can come up and support the universities to go back to the stage in which they were in the past. Otherwise, our universities cannot compete internationally like we used to have them compete, because most of the students are depressed. They are not able to finish their courses on time for lack of funds. So, Madam Speaker, it is important, therefore, that the Ministry of Education relooks into this bill and stops funding private universities at the same level with the public universities. Private universities have their directors that are able to fund them. But if you give the private universities a lot of leeway to get funds from the public coffer, Madam Speaker, we will be killing our own universities. Madam Speaker, you will notice that there's a lot of tribalism being exercised in the universities. You will find that a university in Western recruits only lecturers from Western. This is not a good way of expanding our knowledge, because if a lecturer was born in Western, went to primary school in Western, went to secondary in Western, and now goes to the university in Western, I think that is not healthy. So the Minister of Education, Madam Speaker, should be encouraged to change the whole system and enable the public universities to get proper funding for research and development. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I wish to support this bill with amendments. Thank you.
Support with your proposed amendments, which are very welcome, the Honorable Member. Let me have the member for Migori County, the Honorable Achieng Awor. The member for Migori County.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice to this bill as a member of the committee. I support this bill, and allow me to also express gratitude to those members who are willing to support with amendments, because discussions are allowed to improve on every decision that we are making on behalf of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, a few highlights from that bill and the report that I would like to speak to. One, the idea of placing our children to various universities. What the committee is proposing, or what we have agreed, or what we have put as part of the bill, is not to say that private universities should be funded at the expense of the public universities. Madam Speaker, you will recall that at some stage in Kenya, we had overflows of students who required university spaces, and our public universities were full. They even had self-sponsored students, and they were still full. And this is what informed the decision of the government then to seek places for our university students who merited to be housed in the private universities. And right now, whatever funding that is actually going to the private universities as we stand here today are not for newly admitted students, but the students who are continuing. So what we are saying in this bill is that when we admit our students, the COOPs need to ensure that places in our public universities are filled first before any students can be sent to the public universities. And should there be a student that is to be placed in the private universities, then the government will only sponsor that student to the extent that the same student could have been sponsored in the public university, and probably their presence in the private university should be because the course that they are interested in is not in the public university. So even as members debate over this, let it not be seen like the committee or us as the public custodians of public investment watchdog in the Committee of Education are not aware of what is happening. I thought I needed to make that clarity, and that is what the committee has recommended and has said in that bill. Madam Speaker, you will agree with me that the universities are actually a public entity belonging to the government, and all things to do with education are managed by the government through the Ministry of Education. So when the councils are appointed, when the DVCs are appointed, or the vice chancellors are appointed, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, whoever is heading it, should be actually be the one that should do these appointments. Of course, through a panel that is composed and agreed upon by the councils of the same universities and their senate and the like. So, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks also to solve this problem that we have had in the past, where the PSC was doing the appointments, and then we have had cases where a university stayed for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years with somebody in the name of a DVC in an acting capacity, thereby curtailing all the prompt decision making that should make our academic programs move on smoothly and the way they ought to be. And so that harmonization is very important so that our university programs can move accordingly and make our students who are also in public universities be able to move at the pace of the rest of the students. Madam Speaker, it is important to recognize that our Kenyan students who are in public universities are not just competing against themselves, but they're also competing against time, together with the millions of students of the same age and of the same caliber or the same courses that they do in all the other universities in the world. Therefore, the timing of their finishing, the efficiency, the flow of the program, so that our students can also get out of those universities on time is key. And when we have bottlenecks that would hinder that efficient movement of our students, then we are not doing a service, a good service for that matter, to our own young ones. Madam Speaker, it is important also to note that even as we talk about funding of public universities vis-a-vis the private universities, of course it is good to note that the private universities should not be built to really cash on the public money. But you see, in Kenya, again, we have this policy which is also encouraging public-private partnership. And on that note, it is important that even as we make decisions, we understand that good neighborliness is not as bad. But we are emphasizing the fact that we want the public universities to be properly funded, properly managed, and all these things done adequately and on time for quality. Actually, if you did some little study in most of the universities across the world, the best universities in the world are actually publicly managed by their governments. And this is what we pray for in Kenya, ranging from financing to staffing and all boards of management. Madam Speaker, this bill also seeks to establish the University Funding Board. And we have noted that there are some challenges that the Kenyan public universities have been going through that is not very much in the public eye. For example, during the time of Corona, all of a sudden there was a crisis. Students could not come to class in the universities. There was no more, very little income. And some of these universities we learned, they were suffering financially, but they have some assets which could have been disposed of in a certain manner. So, as opposed to the University Trust Fund, we proposed the establishment and the implementation of the board that can actually deal with all the finances and also encourage the universities also to raise funds on their own, especially through research. By and large, a university institution should be having the top-notch brains who may not just go to class to be teachers per se, but also to be creators of that knowledge, and that can only be done through research. And therefore, the board, as we have proposed in this bill, is meant to ensure that all the funding that goes to the universities are properly managed, properly distributed, and what belongs, for example, to Kenyatta University goes to Kenyatta University, and what is belonging to the Nairobi University can also be used to facilitate operations of Nairobi University in a qualitative and efficient manner. Madam Speaker, there has been that argument that Kenyan student is a Kenyan student, and regardless of where they are, actually they should, the funds should follow them. Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is, if we have a policy as a government to really sponsor our children for higher education or education at whatever level. The truth is, if the government of Kenya has decided that the citizens should be supported for further training in whatever institution, then it is only in order that we don't let any of our children really suffer because the government is confined to only a particular corner where a student can be sponsored. Madam Speaker, we in the Education Committee would like to support this bill and ensure that our universities get what is due to them in the most efficient and qualitative way so that we can actually live to the truth of affordable, accessible, quality education for all Kenyans. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
The member representing the people of Kajiado North, the Honorable Manche Wathigo.
Thank you, Madam. Let me also contribute to this University Education Act, the amendment, and support them because any initiative that comes in to mitigate our education, I think is hardy. Madam Speaker, I want to say of many things that we have done in the country, at least education we have done the best. Because if you compare Kenyans with other African countries, you'll find that many Kenyans are educated and they have at least university education. But having said that, some of these amendments are very good, like the introduction of Clause 26, that tend to control the mushrooming of universities because there is a lot of mushrooming of universities in almost all counties which are not viable at all. I think the introduction of this one will give the Cabinet Secretary in charge a chance to control and make sure that only viable universities that are established in our country. Also, it helps in management of our apex institution and where the CS is given a chance to establish the council and appoint the council members. What is coming up, you will find that in our universities, where the university is established, many of the members of the council are people from that particular area or that particular tribe where the university is domiciled. And I think to equalize that, this one, it is good to give the CS in charge of the university education that chance to make sure that at least he can appoint and transfer the necessary principles of various colleges. Also, when it comes to the management of the establishment of the university fund, that is also a way to go, because some of our universities are not properly funded, and if they are not properly funded, it means they cannot introduce and manage good courses in the university. For example, courses like engineering, which require a lot of research, require good funding. And when there is this establishment of this kind of a fund that is appropriated by Parliament, I think this is the right way to go so that our universities can be up to date with the research and they can be responsive to the needs of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, you'll find that in our universities, they don't really respond to the day-to-day needs of what is happening in the country. For example, if you check the mechanical engineering part, you'll find that the Juakari sector is doing better than our universities. Because if you have your car, you will tend to take it to Juakari instead of taking it to our premier institutions and their workshops, because the experience they have at that particular area. So I think this one come in handy, and also because of the emerging issues, like the COVID issues, I think we should also have the act that will respond to what is happening in the current. And also the running has changed from physical running to internet running, and the Odell students are many now in the country, and I think this is the right way for this kind of amendments when it comes now to amending some of these and introducing some few amendments. to make sure that at least it is responsive. So I support these amendments. Thank you.
The member for Bondo Kaspool, the Honorable Bara Kinyi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to the bill, and I, on onset, support. Madam Speaker, I will not get into the details of financial challenges or mushrooming of university across the country, matters of private versus public universities, or the establishment of the university fund, because I think other members have talked about them in great detail. So my contribution will be informed by the amendment on matters management, where there have been serious challenges or gaps and delay in decision making by the various universities. So I am happy that in the amendment we're able to enhance on the amendment on clause 9 on the enhancement of accessibility to the university, that that authority now has been given, and which is subject to the viability of the establishing those universities. So I know that counties will not wake up and just decide to establish universities without first of all doing a viability study, which must be approved by the ministry. Secondly, on issues that have been a challenge and delayed decision-making was on selection panels of vice-chancellors and deputy vice-chancellors. And I'm happy that this now has been taken back to the council and not the cabinet secretary, because he is the appointing authority and cannot also establish the selection panel. This now is clear, and I know we will not have the challenges that we have seen over the years, where there has been delays in appointment because of the gaps that I've just mentioned. Two is coming out clearly to retain the functions of the council, and these are the ones. They are the ones who will be appointing principals and deputy principals. And this now has been clearly been bestowed on the council after a competitive process. That is clause 11. On clause 12, it's very clear now, because we had serious problem of a lecturer being appointed chancellors and that kind of matter, people who did not have the requisite qualifications to hold those positions. And now it is very clear that the chair must be a PhD holder who has vast experience in research, and a council member must have at least a master's degree, because the management of this university, all of them have PhDs. Then how do you now start putting people with lesser qualifications to be in charge? So this now is very good, and I think will now isn't the problem that they have had over the years. Again, on decision making, where the CS would take forever to review the deliberations or decisions or resolutions of the council, this now is no longer necessary, because the CS is represented on the council by a member, and therefore this also has been removed, and I think the problems have been sorted. Because boards operate on delegated authority. So with those few issues that I've picked up on matters management, I support once again. Thank you.
Very well. You support. Honourable members, there be no another member willing or wishing to debate on this. I call upon the mover to reply. But I cannot see you on the card, honourable member.
I don't know why. It's all.
Then let me give it. Honourable member, Honourable Nyense. Honourable Nyense, you've caught my eye.
It's actually on. My card is on.
Yeah. No, we have just given you the clip, but actually we can't see you here. But very well, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And sorry, my card has been on. I don't know why it's not showing. Let me comment on the amendment, the university's amendment bill. I will briefly comment on funding and note that actually the university education is not affordable to especially the very challenged students, because the students are expected to, in addition to paying the tuition fee, they are also supposed to have their own accommodation. They are also supposed to also feed themselves. And this is very, very expensive. So education, university education has become very expensive to our students. Not even forgetting the fact that when these students are exposed to such a life where they are just left alone to have their own accommodation, we've lost so many of them. Or when they actually go to they are supposed to be doing their classwork, but then they are lost in towns doing other things. So the funding of the university should be improved, and it should actually take care of the students, the welfare of the students, especially, so that they can remain they can focus and do their main course, which is studying, instead of doing other things. Let me also touch on the management of the universities. And especially, you find that some of the students are registered for a unit or in some field, and then they do that course for 4 years. And then at the end of the 4-year course, and I have an example of such, then they are told that they can't register. They can't even graduate because the said university has no charter for that field. That is very discouraging after spending so much time and money in the university only to be told that you can't graduate. So the management of the universities should actually be there to help our students. The bill, the amendment bill proposes to replace Clause 6 proposes to replace Section 26 of the Act, where the Section 26 says that the universities should be in all the 47 counties, in all the counties. But this Clause 6 seeks to replace this and talks of where this is viable. And this one is, according to me, is not good enough, because when we have the universities in all the counties, it means that even in the marginalized areas, when the universities come up, then development will even go to those areas. We won't have roads, we won't have electricity, we won't have water going close to the people, and these students will be going to universities which are nearer their homes, and this will be affordable, and therefore we'll have degrees, first degrees in all our counties. But if you say it's only when there is viability, then this one is limiting. Currently, we have 33 public universities and 7 constituent colleges spread in 30 counties. That means the other counties do not have public universities, and therefore this clause would actually not allow such counties which lack universities not to have them, and therefore development would not go to such counties. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I support with amendments. Thank you.
You support with amendments. Very well. Then with that, honourable members, I call upon the mover to reply.
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the members who have been contributing, and particularly the members from the Education Committee who have really gone through this bill. I did hear several members expressing reservations in terms of the provisions, and that's why they were brought to the floor of the House so that members could have a conversation on the matters, and also what came from public participation. And I'm sure when we now bring together the issues that came from the floor, the issues that came through public participation and are contained within the committee report, then we will be able to generate the necessary amendments at the Committee of the Whole House to make sure that the bill is finalized or processed to the final, but taking into account the issues that were raised, particularly on the issue of financing of the universities, students in the private colleges at the expense of the students in the public universities, on the issues of the appointment of the vice chancellors and what role should the government play, also bearing in mind that the government is the main financier of those public universities. So it also has a stake in determining who runs those universities. And also the issue of the localization of the management of the universities, and I think examples were given in terms of that could be part of what is contributing to the decline in the standards and even the operational efficiency of some of those universities. So very good points were raised, and I'm sure by the time we collate all that before we come to that reading, we will come up with the necessary amendments to the universities law that will propel the country forward rather than backwards. I also want to put on record that, no bill is ever brought to this House that is retrogressive in nature. Any bill that is brought here is brought to amend because a need has arisen, and it's up to the House to see the impact of that, whether House will support it or amend it to make it better. But nobody brings any bill here that, as some member did claim that we bring in some retrogressive bills at the tail end of the House. And also, really there's no time. Parliament is on until 8th of August. We are only taking a break in June for convenience. So even on the 7th in July, technically we could actually introduce a bill if it was so required. So there's no proper timing of a bill or wrong timing. Parliament sits from 2:30 to 7 o'clock, and a bill can be introduced. In fact, one is just about to be introduced, even now, regardless of how many people are not here, because it's expected members will be here, those who have an interest. So I just wanted to debunk those myths that perhaps some bills are being brought in last minute because of any special reasons. We only bring it because the bill has been reached on the pipeline, and we need to give, it cannot be processed when it comes, when it's ready. So with those few remarks, I want to thank members for their contribution, and you, Honorable Speaker, for some tough decisions you've had to make to ensure the House can continue operating, regardless of some people who would have wanted to interrupt the House for their own selfish reasons. And with those, I beg to reply.
Very well, quite in order. Honourable members, cognizant of the our standing orders and the procedures of the House, I want to order that question on order number 11, your order paper, that's the Universities Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 35 of 2021, be deferred. Next order.
Order number 12, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2021, second reading.
Second reading. Can we have the chairperson, Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, to move the second reading? And this is the Honorable Wamunyinyi Wafula, the member for Kandui.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to move. And I beg to move that National Assembly, I beg to move that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Bill 2021 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 to provide for the opening and operating of constituency accounts in order to facilitate third-party transactions. The proposed amendment shall facilitate timely and efficient disbursement of funds to constituencies and to establish structures for the efficient and prudent management of the fund. Honorable Speaker, this piece of legislation has gone through the procedures as envisaged in our standing orders. The committee has had to undertake adequate public participation. The public has been involved. We had many meetings across the country, and we also received submissions from many institutions, including the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board, the Kenya Law Reforms, the Attorney General's Office, the National Treasury, the Office of the President, and we also had public hearings across 27 counties. So it's been given adequate public participation, Madam Speaker. Now, briefly to demonstrate what it intends to amend, Honorable Speaker, amendments to Section 2, Amendment to Section 2 seeks to provide definitions of new terms such as Constituency Operations Account, which is a new term. The term is defined, and this is the account that will be used to keep third-party monies. Monies, Honorable Speaker, like for instance, in our constituencies, we have employees, we have staff that are employed, staff who are expected to be paid their terminal benefits at the end of each term. Usually these monies, normally is lumped together in one account for the constituency, for projects, and so on. So this amendment seeks to create a new account which would safeguard all the monies for such purpose will be deposited in that account and will not be interfered, and it will be available to be disposed or paid off to the people who are beneficiaries. Honorable Speaker, amendment to Section 5(3), the insertion of the term operations is basically to distinguish the accounts. This is also a definition. Amendment to Section 6(3) seeks to provide clarity, to remove ambiguity, and to align with the provisions of Section 12 and 7 of the Act. Amendment to Section 7(1) is to also align the provisions of its side notes and to provide clarity as referenced under the section, which didn't have any correlation. Honorable Speaker, Section 12(1) of the Act is amended to make operations easy and to ensure the constituencies meet third parties' obligations when they fall due. This is related to the other one, Honorable Speaker, where current issues such as complaints and litigation concerning employment, gratuity being first, are largely due to lack of separate account in which they retain these monies. Further analysis of bank balances is normally required for constituencies when they are operating a single bank account due to capturing the gratuity as an expense, yet the financial statement is shown that the funds are already expended. This holds retentions on behalf of the project management committees, Honorable Speaker. This section has also been amended to clarify on signatories that where there's a separate account, like for instance a new account that is meant for gratuity or that is meant for retention money in a project, It will have different signatories. They will not be the same, as this will be provided in regulations, Honorable Speaker. Now, amendments to Section 13 of the Act seeks to amend. This amendment is in regard to the signing mandates of the board, which, while disbursing funds to constituencies. As I said, regulations will have to be developed to make it clear who signs when monies are disbursed and to which accounts: operation account for project, monies for the for gratuity, for salaries, for things like that. For administrative purposes, will have to be separated from projects. The amendment is aimed at enhancing timely and efficient disbursement of funds to every constituency and to ensure efficient management of the fund in line with Section 16A and B of the Act, to conform to the practice at the central bank. It's also a requirement of central bank that the funds must be separate to reduce some encumbrances, as directors are not executive. Amendment Section 16 of the Act, Honorable Speaker, is rather rearranging the paragraphs to provide logical chronology of events from project's approval to funds disbursement. So this is merely reorganizing the clauses in the Act. Honorable Speaker, amendment to Section 28 seeks to conform with the current provisions of the Act, where allocation tables no longer applies, but rather budget ceilings. You will recall, Honorable Speaker, every end of the year, every end of a financial year, before proposals for projects are submitted, we are now required to table the ceiling as have been captured by the budget, and appropriation, the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We then, having set the Treasury and the committee having set the ceiling, then we table before the House. And that should be the guiding factor, that, it must also be made clear in accordance with the law that this ceiling has been set by the Budget and Appropriations Committee is what guides what the constituencies, constituency committees and colleagues members should ensure is submitted for verification and approval by the board, to ensure not only accountability on the part of the committees, but also enhance efficiency in order to ensure that we comply with the requirements of the law. Now, amendment of Section 36, Honorable Speaker, is to help to curb challenges brought about by the limited number of government practitioners. In implementing the projects, the committees at the constituency level rely on public works officers for bills of quantities, for consultancy services, for supervision, and all those kind of technical or expertise, support that is needed. Now, Honorable Speaker, in the current Act, constituencies are not allowed to hire consultants. And we have had dispute in a recent case. You remember I tabled a report about Taita Taveta constituency, where, a huge project, voluminous, costing about 500 million shillings, forced the constituency committee to hire a consultant because the public officers were not available in the area, and they could only seek help from Mombasa or Nairobi or far distant counties. And due to the difficulties, they hired a consultant to supervise the project. But because this is not in law, it has caused some dispute. In fact, we have been forced to engage some arbitration of some sort with the ministry and the project beneficiaries. So this section, if amended, will allow the committees to hire, external experts, such as, those within the public works, the quantity surveyors, engineers, and consultants, in order to ensure that the project is properly supervised, that standards are met, that compliance is ensured, when this is allowed to be done, Madam Speaker. This amendment is important when it comes to projects that are large, huge projects, Honorable Speaker, projects that would require so much money and would require expert, supervision, the technical people that are required. This is just going to help us to ensure that we implement the projects as required by the law. Now, the other section, which is of importance, Madam Speaker, is amendment of Section 43 of the Act. It takes a long time to select and gazette committee members from the constituencies. This happens after elections, Honorable Speaker. There are many players involved, including the National Assembly Committee, the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board, the ministry, that's the parent ministry, the Treasury, the Attorney General, the government printers, each of whom takes some considerable time, before the process is passed on to the other for conclusion, Honorable Speaker. It will also help provide autonomy and eliminate possible delays. In the current provision of Section 43, only 60 days are allowed within which to submit, members of the committee for processing and publication. Now, the amendment here seeks to increase the number from 60 to 120 days so that we do not fall on the wrong side of the law. Just after an election, sometimes there is a petition is filed, and members facing petitions many times have difficulties constituting such committees and so on. So this seeks to allow more time before the window closes for the establishment of committees. Now, amendment of Section 46(1) is also just an alignment. This is similar to the one of Section 36 to fast-track compilation and submission of proposals. So it's also an alignment. Now, amendment to Section 48 of the Act, is now one that touches on funding. Honorable Speaker, this amendment will ensure that we cater for unique circumstances faced by constituencies, especially some urban constituencies or even rural constituencies that may have their own uniqueness, to give constituencies some latitude to reallocate some funds from like other lines to another one. You may want to move money from a particular project to bursary, which had been approved. You may want to reallocate some money from a project, from one project to another. It has been very difficult to undertake such. But now we are seeking to make it a little easy for this to happen. The examples, some of which we received, like in Nairobi, we may have a constituency with 2 schools or 5. But there's a requirement for bursary, more bursary than implementing infrastructure project. So where one constituency has no place to build a school, even to expand, and they're getting money which they want to utilize. I was looking, Honorable Speaker, at Kasarani constituency. Kasarani constituency has a population of about 900,000 people, and about 80,000 students apply for bursary. But in another constituency, you'll find that it has a population of 200,000, and maybe only about 10,000 apply for bursary. So Kasarani would want more money for bursary. They have less schools, but they have a bigger population of students who require support in the bursary. So that they are able to balance in the needs. And each constituency has its uniqueness, Honorable Speaker. We want to make it possible for reallocation. You realize that, bursary is a statutory requirement, and there's a limit to it. There's a certain percentage which is set, which is fixed for bursary. We want to make provision to allow where an MP thinks they want to raise the amount of bursary, they can do it so long as it doesn't affect other projects in their respective constituencies. That is what this section seeks to bring about, Honorable Speaker. Amendment to Section 53 of the Act. This one seeks to provide for sufficient funding for constituency oversight committees and to ensure that the said committees are operationalized and sufficiently facilitated to undertake their important role. This one applies to all of us, Honorable Speaker. Constituencies, including mine, we tried to set up an oversight committee whose chair is the Member of Parliament. The chair of a constituency oversight committee is a Member of Parliament. He's supposed to ensure full implementation of those projects approved in the constituency. It is a requirement of the Act that approved projects are implemented in totality. And the MP plus some members, selected or appointed from the constituency constitute an oversight committee, where the MP is the chair, as I said. Now, Honorable Speaker, for the last 4 years, some constituencies did actually establish the oversight committees, but they were never operationalized, or they have not been able to do anything because they were not facilitated. They are not, captured anywhere in terms of even allowance when they go to work. Like the constituency committee is well recognized, and the remuneration is clearly provided. But for these oversight committees, there was nothing, and I don't think any MP has had to enjoy even doing the oversight in the constituency. They have done it as they are employed to do it, but the teams that constitute the oversight committee cannot do it because there is no facilitation for them. For an MP, you can do because, of course, you are the Member of Parliament, you're the leader in the constituency, and you want to see things done properly. But that committee has not been operationalized. I have received complaints from nearly all MPs, Honorable Speaker. And, the need to get this amended was driven, by that factor of non-operationalization of this Constituency Oversight Committee, and the lack of the lack of some goodwill also from the board could not give any, regulation or effort, did not show any effort to resolve this matter. So we need to get it now properly captured in the eyes of, law. Now, Honorable Speaker, Section 56 is amended also to clear ambiguities on the role played by the complainants in disputes resolution processes and mechanisms. Sometimes we have had people going to court to file cases against CDF. We've had, even in the constituencies, leave alone the civil society and non-governmental organizations, even in the constituencies. Sometimes when opponent engineered, they go to court to seek to freeze CDF operations. Sometimes others may seek litigation due to non-payment, for projects that they would have undertaken in the others. Examples could be given. The committee is seeking, to make it clear that you cannot sue a member of parliament and you cannot sue the constituency committee. If you want to sue anything related to operations of CDF, it will be the ministry that takes responsibility. The State Department will be sued, and therefore the Attorney General takes up the matter to defend, the constituency committee. Instead of an MP or the committee looking for an advocate or lawyer to defend, this will be responsibility of State Department. Of course, and when you say that, the Attorney General is always there for government, in any litigation. If they don't do it themselves, they will always appoint some lawyer. But it also provides mechanism for arbitration. Even that is clause, let me just have a look. I have the bill here. That is clause 50, should be 56. Clause 56. Clause 56. Yes. All complaints and disputes by persons arising due to the administration of this act shall be forwarded to the board in the first instance. The complaints of criminal nature shall be forwarded to the board, the relevant government agencies with the prosecutorial powers. That's the Attorney General. Disputes of civil nature shall be referred to the board, the first instance, and where necessary, an arbitration panel. So there's this 56 seeks to provide for those mechanisms for resolution, including arbitration, and giving the ministry responsible the responsibility to deal with them. Amendment of the second schedule, Honorable Speaker, is dealing with termination of membership of the CDF board. In the board, they are listed. There are listed conditions for termination. When one may cease to be a member, including, that criminal aspect, the inability to work, and so on and so forth. But it leaves out resignation is not among them. When one can cease to be a member of the CDF board, it leaves out resignation, and we're just seeking to insert resignation as one of the reasons for which a member may be removed or may cease to be a member of the CDF board. Honorable Speaker, as I move this bill, these amendments, I will be seeking also, because there's another one which will be coming, which is related to CDF, but is introduced by a private member. I am negotiating with the member so that he can allow the committee to to take over and amalgamate with this one in the next stage. This, I think, if he agrees, I'll seek the Speaker's approval, because the other bill is by Honorable Tindi Mwale. It seeks to raise the percentage from 2.5 to 5%. For obvious reasons, everybody has supported this bill, including the Office of the President, the Minister of Education, the Treasury. They have all supported in the public participation that we have undertaken. We have done for both these bills. And it has been supported by all, the public, the government, the ministries, the Treasury, OP, and Minister of Education. You know, given the understanding that CDF, you know, is expected to give more infrastructure, particularly for CBC, you know, what they call the curriculum-based system, to increase more, to get more classrooms, both for the primary and secondary. And you remember His Excellency the President also asked members of Parliament, you know, to concentrate more on construction of classrooms. But because the money is not enough, we sought an increase, you know, but it came after the member had submitted his private member's bill, and it was an advanced stage. So we are seeking to get this so that, because a private member's bill may take time, may not, you know, the few Wednesdays is possible. So I'll be seeking to get to see if the Speaker can allow us to get this amalgamated so that we get this done. Honorable Speaker, I want to mention, as I move this also, that we have received funds for the constituencies. Now we are in the third quarter, and possibly by the end of this month, we would have received, I think, the whole of the third quarter. There was a problem during the recess. The Treasury did not comply with the undertaking earlier that funds will be released to the constituencies on a weekly basis, you know, through the board in the normal way. But that stopped in November and December. I mean, in December and January. But now that has resumed, and I think the release of funds to the CDF board is flowing. I can confirm yesterday we received the 2 billion, and last week we received 2 billion. These amounts are yet to be disbursed to the constituencies. We are hoping by next week, I think the process of disbursement will start. But members will have to do with, you know, disbursement in piecemeal disbursements, because we're getting 2 billion every week. And members would like to give bursaries which are delayed. We will let them get what has been received. If it's going to be 10 or 12 million for each constituency, that will be done next week, Honorable Speaker. And we appeal that, you know, we get all these funds to see all projects implemented. It's usually difficult during transition, Honorable Speaker. That is where, you know, funds have been carried forward, either they're not. We are trying this time to see that all monies for this financial year are released to the constituencies. But most important, we have the arrears of 4.9 billion, which we are telling the Budget Committee. It is now responsibility of this House, the Budget and Appropriation Committee. It has to make sure it doesn't bring that supplementary next week without the 4.9 billion, which constitutes the arrears due to many constituencies. You know, the constituencies have about 10 to 15 million, you know, arrears carried forward from previous years. And because of someone who failed his work in the Treasury, he thought he would get away with it. You know, he started raising questions, unnecessary questions. But we have since established that the money never left Treasury, and therefore it is needed to go to the constituencies. And we agreed, this House resolved that it should be part of the supplementary budget to be brought. Finally, my appeal to members, colleagues, is to ensure that we utilize the funds, we supervise the utilization of the funds to ensure that the projects we initiated are completed, because this is transition time, and we do not want to see, projects carried forward and, they are left to be white elephant. We would like to have colleagues to ensure that projects are concluded. Now, Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to appeal that we do push to the conclusion of this bill and the other one I said, which I'll be seeking your approval to amalgamate with this one, so that we do it at once. I now want to beg to move and to ask the Honorable Oyula, who is also a member of the committee, to second.
Very well, thank you. Having moved the bill, we have now the member for Butula, Honorable Oyula Maero, to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second this bill. And I have a few comments, Madam Speaker, to add on to what the chair has mentioned. The two areas I want to stress on, Madam Speaker, are on these separate accounts for separate activities. This is an area where the constituencies have had a lot of problems, particularly when it comes to payment of gratuities and other funds retained from projects. These are left in one account and payment becomes a problem. So this bill, the amendment, is going to help the constituencies to keep separate accounts from the main account that receives the funds from the board. So this will help in ensuring that the funds deposited in these separate accounts are utilized for the purpose for which the accounts were established. Madam Speaker, the other area that is on the oversight committees, as it has been indicated, Madam Speaker, most projects are not inspected by the oversight committees because of lack of funding, unless the MP compensates the committee from his own source. Most committee members would not want to go out to supervise the projects and get no payment. So with the amendment that is being brought in, Madam Speaker, I'm sure we will have an active oversight committee visiting all the projects and ensuring that the work at the project level is being done properly. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
You beg to second. Members, I now propose the question, which is that the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2021, be now read a second time. The first one on my request list is the member for Suba North, Honorable Millie Diambo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I wish to support the proposed, sorry, I need my glasses. I wish to support the proposed amendments, but just want to make a few remarks even as I support. Madam Speaker, one of the things that the country doesn't know is that the NGCDF is probably the best managed fund in the country. A lot of people actually throw that at it, but the NGCDF fund is the most well-governed fund everyone has their eyes on members of parliament. I wish as much attention was paid on other funds as is placed on NGCDF, which is audited by three different agencies. Madam Speaker, I want to say that I agree with the chairman that there is clear need to increase the amounts that are due for NGCDF. And Madam Speaker, I would only just want to encourage the chair that it will be very difficult procedurally to amalgamate the bills, but to the extent that you may be allowed to bring further amendments to your own bill, I think then you could actually bring that proposed amendment. But again, I'm sure the issue will be raised about approval from Treasury and all that. But if that be the situation, then let the private member bring the bill, and if I were you, I would actually ask the House Business Committee to prioritize, because there's no bill that actually reaches and touches the public as much as NGCDF. Right now, because of the delays we have in bursary, in my constituency, we've only been able to disperse funds to 2 wards, and with 3 wards, and we have 2 other wards that are waiting. Madam Speaker, where I sit, out of every 10 messages I receive, 8 are on bursary. People are requesting for bursary because bursary reaches the public with NGCDF. And so because of that, actually, this should have been the priority of the committee on enhancing CDF. Madam Speaker, the other issue that I think that the committee missed, which we should have provided for here, is to expand the scope of what NGCDF can do. If you look at the sister fund, which is the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, they are able to buy umbrellas, they are able to give women money, they are able to do all manner of things. Yet this fund, it's like it came from heaven or cast in stone, that the only thing that we can do is to build classrooms and chief's offices. We also have needs when people are sick. So the same way women reps can give people money when others are sick, we should also have, we are all members of parliament. And because they're also allowed to do infrastructure development, why isn't our fund equally flexible? We are the ones who make the rules in parliament. We should change and expand the scope so that we're able to meet needs. There's no reason why, as a member of parliament, I should be removing money from my pockets to be meeting every single need of my constituents when there's a government fund that should be able to deal with those genuine needs. Madam Speaker, the other issue that is of concern to me that the mover has mentioned some, but I've not mentioned all, is the issue of oversight. Madam Speaker, you find that our core role is oversight. Yet when you actually look at the aspects of oversight in this bill, it's almost zero. How can we have an oversight committee with no funds? They actually have, if you actually count the amount of money that the oversight committee is allowed, is 30,000 shillings a year. How do you oversight with 30,000 shillings a year, funds of over 100,000? Yet when there's a problem with NGCDF, we are not accounting officers, but the first person to be able to account is a member of parliament. So how do I oversight a fund of over 100 million with 30,000 Kenya shillings? It's impossible. So I would want to encourage the committee that you enhance money for oversight, but not only that, staff for oversight, and also basically just strengthen the oversight function. I've indicated before that I would have wanted to bring specifically an oversight bill, because people keep telling us, keep off of CDF funds, you are always oversight. I cannot oversight with my own money. What legal framework give me the mandate to oversight? And so, Madam Speaker, this is one of the areas that I would have wished to see this. I would give another example in terms of oversight. Whenever there's a problem in NGCDF, like the other time, I think the issue that they thought was major, but it was splashed in all the media houses, that one student, which of course turned out to be an error, because that student was actually given money. But when that issue comes up, the first person who is asked, and even the media reports, is the MP. If money is lost, the person being asked is the MP. By law, I have no mandate to ask for even the accounts. So if my manager and the chairman decides that on a daily basis they can be stealing money, unless the bank is magnanimous, I have no way of knowing. That I have to use the Freedom of Information Act like just every other person to ask. By law, we should actually be given information on a weekly and a monthly basis from the bank and by the fund account manager, and it should be made a criminal offense where they give misleading information. Because a lot of times when you find money is lost, it's sometimes, a lot of times, not sometimes, a lot of times it has nothing to do with a member of parliament, but you are the first one to be able to account. We are not the accounting officers of the fund. And Madam Speaker, the other issue is should the staff of NGCDF still, how do you hold them to account? There are no punitive measures here, Madam Speaker, to hold them to account. If a fund account manager were to steal money, how do you then ensure that they return that money? And so I wish you would have actually provided for another account where if a fund account manager or your chairman were to steal, they should return that money so that those projects are dealt with and in the same fund. Very well.
Honorable Emilio Odhiambo, you're making very important point, but I wish to interrupt you because of the time, and you will have a balance of 4 minutes during the next time that we will be debating on the same. Please, maybe you can prepare, but you're already prepared because of time. So put this on record, and you'll have priority in speaker. Other members? Other members, the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned till the Tuesday, 22nd February 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.